Perfect. This meeting is called to order. Good evening and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is April 19th, 2022, and the time is now 5:37. Before we proceed with the meeting, I'd like to take a few moments to remind the public and my colleagues that it is my duty as chair of these meetings to conduct fair, deliberate, and efficient meetings. In order to carry that out and to ensure that all voices are heard and protected, I will uphold and strictly enforce the rules of conduct and decorum in accordance with our city's decorum ordinance and Florida State Statute 871.01. Disruptive behavior will receive a warning, and should disruptions continue, the Sergeant at Arms will be directed to take appropriate measures. If you are asked to leave, you will not be readmitted to the chambers. Order must be maintained so that the right of all individuals may be protected and we, the commission, may conduct the business of the city. Madam Clerk, please begin the roll call.
Mayor Tyson Serga.
I am here.
Mayor Angela Cruz. Commissioner Hay.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas Turkin. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Moving on to the invocation, which will be led by Pastor Dwayne Roberts from Calvary Church. He will be joining us virtually, after which we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Thomas Turkin. Let's all stand for the invocation.
Thanks, Mayor Prince-Sarga. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you again for giving us the ability to gather together to steward our great city of Boynton Beach. I pray over our leaders, our mayors, our commissioners, our city managers, and our constituents. And we just pray today for wisdom. We thank you for allowing us the opportunity to gather and to have an agenda to talk about how we can continue to work together to make this the greatest city. So, Father, we thank you for this day. We pray that your presence would help us preside over this meeting. And we pray this together in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Dwayne. Thank you, Commissioner Turkin. Moving on to agenda approval, are there any additions, deletions, and corrections? I did receive an email from staff. They made a request to table item 11A onto the next meeting, but that is it to my knowledge.
To May 17th.
To May 17th. Thank you for that. Were there any other additions, deletions, or corrections? I see a hand up from Commissioner Turkin, then we'll go to Vice Mayor Cruz.
Sure. Yeah, 11A is going to be moved to May 17th.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move to table 8A to the next commission meeting.
1 second, let's see. 8A is, all right, this is 8A is a request.
That's a advertised public hearing on a second reading. Maybe you move to continue that to a date certain if you don't want to consider it this evening.
So you need a specific date?
Next commission meeting.
Okay, so you want to continue that to May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Oh, can I go with everything else, or do we need to individually?
You're
I will entertain all of the
All right.
amendments in bulk. So.
Second thing, I'd like to move to under new business. I'd like to move new business to after other.
That's the one. New business is the
Right.
master
I'm
plan.
going to
That's
propose a
be-
few things under new business.
New business. You're suggesting that we move the whole section of new business.
Yeah,
is now
I
empty.
know last commission meeting, we had minimized the amount for public hearing or public audience. I'm sorry, I do not want to do that today. And then we limited it to an hour. And so I'd like to bring the new business forth. And so that way we don't have a cap.
Commissioner, I appreciate what you said, but I just want to make sure I understood what you
Sure.
said. You requested, and so did staff, to table item 11A.
Right.
That's the only item under new
Okay,
business.
so let me start with this then. I'd like to add to new business, a vote on the commission to establish a 56-foot height moratorium east of 95. I'd also like, I'd like to ask the commission to vote on a request from staff to look into a dog park in District 3, whether that's at JC Park or, you know, a request from, I guess, Parks and Rec is who we would need to talk to about that. And then I would also like a request to review and have the ask the commission to change the commission meetings to 6 p.m. on Tuesdays instead of 5:30. So we can discuss that under new business. And that's it.
All right, so Commissioner Turkin, those items you brought up, for example, with the dog park and the height
Mhm.
question, that requires a lot of research. I think these are interesting questions.
Mhm.
Would it be all right with you if we put that under future agenda? So this way staff can look into it first and come back
I've
with us?
spoken with staff and I haven't gotten the best feedback.
Hmm.
I have not spoken to staff, and I would need further information from staff
Mhm.
in order to support this.
Mhm.
So my advice would be to put it on the future agenda so we could get proper input to make the proper decision. I don't have a problem with you talking with staff, but I'm not privileged to that information tonight.
Mhm.
And I would feel very uncomfortable voting on something like
Sure.
that and not being given the opportunity
Sure.
to research it myself.
So then the request from staff to look into a height moratorium, a thorough request from staff and a thorough request from legal. Mike, I've reached out to Jim about this and I have to send email after an email in order to get a response. Thank you again for sitting down with me today, but you know, we each as commissioners and mayor, we have people to answer to. And so I think we need, you know, when we request something, and understand y'all are busy, but we need something reasonable as far as response goes.
Understood. I work on that. If
Thank
there was
you.
an issue with responsiveness, I will get on that. We typically are responsive, so I will get on that.
So what I would like to say is, once that information is available, could you please send it with all of the members so we can assess that and have time to review that? City Manager?
Yes, and Commissioner Turkin, you and I have not had that discussion regarding any moratorium, and that's why I always encourage the commission to please come to me or Catherine or Andrew so we know what your desires are and
Mhm.
information that you seek, so I can be certain that I meet your expectations and get you that information in a timely manner. We haven't had that conversation, so I didn't know
Mhm.
that's something you're interested in. We're happy to pull it together. Yes, we do have a workload. So I will ask you for a meeting or two to allow us to assemble some information of what that would look like, because it's a process for a
Mhm.
moratorium. And maybe perhaps the timeline and what the actual process would be, we can come back to you within the next, probably give me 2 meetings. And then I can make sure your expectations and your information that you would like gets handled in a timely fashion and we get you what you need.
Okay. So I'm sorry to hear about the situation, Commissioner Turkin. I look forward to hearing more information about this in a timely manner. And would you say a
Absolutely.
meeting or two?
Absolutely.
Okay, so share that with us once it's available. So Vice Mayor Cruz, you also had your hand up.
Yep, just a small correction. It says I'm District 2 and Commissioner Hayes District 1.
Say that one more time.
So it shows that I'm District 2 and it shows that Commissioner Hayes District 1. So if we can fix that.
Okay,
That was my only change.
we'll have staff take care of that. There is a typo on the agenda. Let's get that taken care of. Commissioner Hay, did you have any requests?
No.
All right. So we have, just to repeat what those 3 items were, or 2 items, what were they? I heard a dog park, researching a possible dog park for a future agenda. And
A
The height,
consideration of a height
56-foot height
moratorium
moratorium.
east of
Oh.
95, and the consideration of changing the commission meeting start time to 6 p.m.
okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I would like to pull consent agenda 6A.
6A, all right. So normally we do the pulling of those items later down in the meeting, but I will keep that in mind. So when we get there, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Hearing no other amendments, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended. Thank you, everybody. Now we're beginning one of the most important parts of tonight's meeting. This is item 2A. We are making an appointment to fill the vacancy in District 4. As many of you know, when I won my election for mayor, that created a vacancy in District 4. We put out a notice. We have 5 applicants. I don't know if they're all here today, but I do see some of you. And the way that I'd like for this to proceed, you have already submitted your documentation. I know I have met with 4 out of the 5 of you. So what I'd like to see is the same procedure as what we've had many years ago. If each applicant could come up to the podium, speak for about 3 minutes and introduce yourself, and then I will open the floor to any member of the commission who may have questions.
Wondering if the public, David Katz, 67 Midwood Lane, our Fair City, when the public will have input on this item.
Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Attorney, did the public have input in the previous proceedings? I want to make this as identical as possible to keep it fair and consistent.
I'd have to go back and look, but I think that an opportunity to speak maybe after the interviews and before the commission discussion would be appropriate.
I agree.
The input from the public.
That's a good idea as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Want to make sure. Thank you.
All right. Let us begin with one of the first applicants. Let me pull up the list. Let's begin with Mr. Dale Sugarman. If you are present in the audience, would you come up to the podium? Please introduce yourself, and let me first get consensus from my colleagues. Is 3 minutes sufficient for a general introduction?
Yes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
All right. Begin when you are ready, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. For those of you who I have not had the pleasure of meeting just yet, my name is Dale Sugarman, and I'm one of the 5 individuals who have expressed an interest in serving out the unexpired term for the District 4 Commission seat. I want to thank you for considering my application materials and for allowing me the opportunity to address the commission this evening, and for the residents in attendance and those who are watching at home listening to this presentation. I've submitted my application materials with just one purpose in mind. That is to help to serve my community for the next 10 months or so. I first moved to Boynton Beach in 1994 and have lived in or near Boynton for 28 years. My first apartment rental was at VRG. And my current home is in the Knollwood HOA, one of the neighborhoods of District 4. I believe that I would be a good asset to the commission and to the community for the balance of the unexpired term. I'm currently retired, having served in a variety of leadership roles in local government for 42 years. Part of my working years were right here in the city of Boynton Beach, having served as your assistant city manager or your interim manager in the 1990s and the early 2000s. I know the city well, know the operation of the city well, but more importantly, know the role that I could play as one of 5 policy makers as the city works through some difficult times ahead, as well as build on the success that you've met during the last half dozen years or so. I understand how the budget works. I understand how the departments function. I have years of experience on some difficult topics, such as running a municipal police department or contracting with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, imposing mobility fees and fire assessment fees, negotiating with developers, and guiding CRA activities. I've worked in many types of communities with all of these issues at hand. My interest in serving is to bring my insight and experience to the dais, just as one individual amongst 5 policy decision makers. So I'll be brief and I'll wrap up with just a couple of final thoughts. As you no doubt saw in my application materials, I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science, a master's degree in public administration, and a PhD in global leadership. And that then wraps up what I am offering to the City Commission. A depth of knowledge.
All right, your time has expired. However, if you could please just wrap it up.
Few more words. A depth of local government experience, a tremendous understanding of the city of Boynton Beach, an extensive education, and a solid desire to serve my community. One final thought. If I were to be appointed to fill the seat of the unexpired term, I will commit to you that I will do only that, fill the seat for just the balance of the term. I will not be a candidate for the permanent seat, which will stand for election in March of 2023. Thank you again for this opportunity to address you tonight, and I wish you success in your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Sugarman. Before you leave, Mr. Sugarman, I want to open the floor to the members of the commission if they have any questions to ask you. I know that I've already met with you and spoken in length, so I'm comfortable with my questions I've already asked. But if there's any other questions from my colleagues. It doesn't matter. Just let me know if you have any questions.
What are 3 things that you would change in the city budget?
Could you just microphone?
I think the question was, what would be 3 things that I would change in the city budget? I don't know that I would change anything at this point because my role is not to set the city budget. That's the role of the city manager in cooperation with the finance department and the various department heads. What I would like to do is be one member of the 5-person city commission that listens to those presentations, deliberates what you think might be good, what might be removed, and then develop a consensus based upon my historical knowledge and experience for what would be the best thing to change in the budget, if anything. So to me, it's all about sitting on the dais and building consensus rather than being a decision maker.
I got one.
Commissioner.
What are your thoughts on the rapid development that's been going on in Boynton Beach over the last, say, 5 years?
Well, rapid development can be both a good thing and a bad thing. We would like to encourage development as much as possible, increase the tax base so that the burden of taxes can be spread a little bit more effectively amongst many instead of on a few. But the problem is the rapid development. You want to have well-controlled and well thought out development. The marketplace is what drives development. Marketplace drives development. The city commission controls the development. So let the marketplace come to us. Let them make all the presentations. Let them put the things on the table. Let it be driven by the private sector. It will be controlled from up there.
We're seeing a lot of rentals go up. What's your view on rentals versus inviting home ownership, developers to provide a home ownership product to the city?
Well,
especially with the current market.
Yeah, and the current market is like totally out of control, and it's very difficult to get into the current market, both as a rental and outright home ownership. I don't know that I have any brilliant solutions at the moment for the phases we're going through with rentals or with home ownership. Again, that's market driven, all right? So my thoughts are we need to strike a nice balance. We need rentals and want to encourage rentals. But when the marketplace drives the price of rentals up to the point where it can't be affordable, that makes it difficult in the community. Same thing with new homes being built. Frankly, I'm not sure there's a whole lot that the commission can do to control rent rates like they do in some large cities, say New York City, and put rent caps on. And I'm not sure we can do a whole lot to encourage or discourage the building of single-family homes or multiplex homes. But there are a number of incentives that the commission might be able to put on the table to try and steer both the rental market and the single-family or the multifamily home ownership market. But I'll talk to you about those things if I have an opportunity to come sit up on the dais.
That's all I got.
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
What is your position on affordable housing?
Every community, especially like Boynton Beach, needs to have affordable housing. So it's my position that new development would need to meet a threshold that includes affordable housing. Right now, in South Florida, if you want to come into the market, I don't think there's anything that is affordable housing right now compared to where we were just a year or 18 months ago. But in order to support city employees and people who work in the community, people who want to live here and maybe commute to a job somewhere else, we want to see our tax base expand. But people can't afford what's out there in the marketplace right now. So I'm completely supportive of well thought out, well placed, well designed affordable housing. And again, that can be controlled from the dais. You can do a number of things that put incentives in place to make sure that good, well placed, well designed, well managed affordable housing is built in the city of Boynton Beach.
Anything else, Commissioner?
That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sugarman.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next applicant, which is Christine Roberts. Please approach the podium. And when you are ready, I will begin the timer.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm Christine Roberts and I reside at 70 Heather Trace Drive, where I have lived for over 20 years. It has been a goal of mine to serve on the City Commission. I feel I am qualified to serve the city based on the following. I worked for the city for 30 years before retiring in 2017. During my tenure, I worked in several divisions, and for approximately 20 years, I served as the Assistant Public Works Director. I was responsible for several divisions and directed the day-to-day operations of the department. The divisions that I oversaw were administration, facilities management, fleet maintenance, parks and grounds maintenance, solid waste, and streets maintenance. I also managed the cemetery operations and the closed Boynton Beach landfill. I was indirectly responsible for over 100 employees and managed a budget of approximately $22 million. Early on in my career, I was responsible for the recycling grant, and in the early 90s, I initiated the city's recycling program. Curbside recycling was new at that time, and there was no commercial recycling available. So through pilot programs and working with the Solid Waste Authority, we introduced commercial recycling throughout the city. In addition, I met with many multifamily communities at that time and brought recycling into their communities as well. In the late 90s, I worked with the Public Works Director and we implemented the automated household garbage pickup. Before implementation of automation, the pickup of residential garbage was a 3-man operation. It included a truck driver and 2 people riding on the back of the trucks, throwing garbage in a hopper. The implementation of automation allowed the city to go to a 1-man operation using an automated truck with an arm to pick up city-provided carts. This program, through attrition of employees and savings and workers' comp, saved thousands of dollars and reduced the workload. We developed pilot programs at that time to start the implementation, and we changed garbage routes. During my employment, I worked closely with all city departments and with the county and state departments, including the Solid Waste Authority, the County Health Department, in the Department of Environmental Protection. I handled complaint calls on a daily basis from residents and businesses. I was often complimented for my quick response and action regarding various issues relating to public works. I also work closely with the Human Resources Department regarding union negotiations for the blue and white collar unions.
Ms. Roberts, please continue by wrapping it up. Thank you.
Okay. I base my qualifications to sit on the city commission on the experience I gained as a city employee. I was recently asked what were 3 changes I would like to see in the city. My answer was, first of all, to improve the infrastructure of the city buildings and roadways, continue discussion and implementation of decisions regarding the mall, and find incentives to bring more local business to the community. After thinking about my answers regarding city issues, I have changed my priorities and would say the #1 issue that needs to be addressed by the city commission is repairing the relationship between the community and the city. I believe that recent events have created a lack of trust between the community and the city. It is imperative to repair and build trust so that the city can continue to progress in the future. I would be honored to serve as a city commissioner, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I'd like to open the floor to questions by members of the commission, and we can go from left to right. So Commissioner Turkin, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Can you elaborate on what you mean by repairing the city and the community?
Speaking of recent events that have happened in the city, is where I have seen, and I'm sure that the community has seen, the lack of trust between the city and the community.
How long have you lived in Boynton?
I have lived in Boynton over 20 years.
Over 20 years. Okay, so what are some of the things, you would propose to repair, that disconnect between the community and the city?
What are some of the things that,
What's the solution to that?
I don't know what the solution is. I think that it would be something that the commission would have to discuss, possibly workshops, decide as a commission, and meet with the public and open up communications so that both parties can air their issues and hopefully come to a solution.
Okay. And, same question I asked Mr. Sugarman. What are your thoughts on the rapid development here in Boynton Beach?
I'm not sure I would call it rapid development. I have seen over the last 10 years a lot of development, more than say 20 years ago. I think we need to continue to work towards bringing businesses to the community and continuing to look for housing, and that would be my answer.
And then last one, I promise. Rentals versus home ownership as a product for developers to bring to our city.
Are you asking me?
What are your thoughts? What is your vision? There's a lot. I mean, if you look at the projects, majority of them are rentals. We're not inviting developers to allow people in our city to become homeowners. I mean, the market's crazy. Would you agree?
Would agree.
Right. And so what are some of the things that you think drive, higher costs in the real estate market?
I'm not sure what drives.
Supply. So my question is, where do you stand on rentals versus home ownership?
I think that they're both important in a community.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cruz, did you have any questions?
To be fair, I'll ask the same question. What are top 3 things you would change in the budget?
Well, I would have to agree with Mr. Sugarman on his response. I would have to be part of that budget process through the workshops, and we would come together as a commission with a consensus on what should or should not be changed.
Commissioner Hay?
Same question. What are your thoughts on affordable housing?
I think affordable housing should be made available in every community and in the city of Boynton Beach. And whether it is done standalone or as development comes in and is included with incentives for future development, I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Roberts. We're going to move on to the next applicant, Mr. Thomas Remichio. So as before, begin when you are ready, and I will have the timer going.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pensurga, Vice Mayor Cruz, Commissioners Hay and Turkin. This evening, I stand before you excited about the opportunity to serve the city of Boynton Beach as Commissioner for District 4. My extensive knowledge of municipal government, business, and nonprofit management makes me uniquely qualified to serve on day one. It's an exciting time for Boynton Beach, and we are witnessing a true renaissance of Boynton's core. We have begun to rebuild our downtown. The cornerstones of redevelopment have been set. City Hall and the restoration of our historic high school is complete. Our new amphitheater is attracting innovative music and entertainment. Our waterfront is vibrant and unique. The heart of Boynton is truly the soul of Boynton. Old Florida charm, new Florida style. Boynton is on the move. And I would like to have the opportunity, if you see fit, to join this team and help accomplish as a team the goals that we together see fit to accomplish. Now it's time for us to take the next steps by attracting a world-class hotel to our downtown, which will attract visitors from all over the world to the new Boynton Beach, old Florida charm, new Florida style. We need to end the town square litigation and build the much-needed parking for our city employees and visitors, to welcome the FAU's tech runway and our business incubator. These concepts are ideal for today's competitive marketplace, and Boynton is poised to succeed. Looking west towards annexation, one can boost our tax base and improve the services for the Western Boynton residents. Many tough decisions are to be made in the next 30 days. The possible merger with Palm Beach County, with our police department, pension reform, JKM litigation, the 22-23 budget, just to name a few. But before I close, I want to thank the other candidates who have came this evening. Ms. Kelly, Ms. Roberts, Mr. Sugarman, Mr. Marrage. I thank them for their commitment to the city. But there's something that's different between my experiences and qualifications and the other candidates. They're all equally qualified to serve. But I'm the only candidate that has served in elected office, both as a city commissioner, the vice mayor, and as mayor. I've also served as the president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, managing a very large nonprofit, taking the organization from bankruptcy in just 5 years to, in 2006, being recognized as the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the state of Florida. I'm proud of my successes, $173 million worth of renovations in the downtown area of a city very close by. I've been here for 50 years. in the Lantana, Lake Worth, and Boynton Beach area. I'm currently a resident of Knollwood, and I would be honored to serve with all of you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Remichio. And we'll begin the comments and questions. Let's begin now from my right. Commissioner Hay, did you have any comments or questions?
Same question. What's your position on affordable housing?
Well, as the other, those that came before me have said, affordable housing is something that is needed in every community. But what's different about Boynton when we talk about there's affordable housing, workforce housing, there's different levels of affordability for housing. We must build the affordable housing. I don't think Ocean Avenue is the place to put it. I think there's plenty of other areas on the peripheral of downtown that we can put the affordable housing, but we do need to be able to support the business community because we have dishwashers, nurses, even police officers and firefighters who can't afford. One of the things that I would like to see this commission do is develop a pilot program to be able to put some of our city employees as a pilot program and some of the private employees like in Bethesda Hospital and work with them on affordability to fit their incomes so that they can live here in Boynton. Because if we don't start at home with being able to address our own city employees in those programs of affordability and them being able to live and work in this community, then it's hard to attract others to come into the community if we're not able to do it ourselves. So let's try a pilot program for offering incentives to our city employees so that they can afford to live, work right here in their own community. So I'm a big supporter. As you know, the county is now looking at a $20 million bond. They want to build, or is it a $200 million bond? They want to build 20,000 affordable or workforce housing units. Really the word is workforce, because when you go to the property appraiser's office and you look at the property values in the city of Boynton Beach, you will find that there are affordable pockets in Boynton Beach, but as a whole, we're not attracting the new projects that are coming out of the ground are just not affordable for the young professionals. So let's work with those pilot programs with the hospital, with our own employees, and let's make it affordable. And it can be done, and we're just going to have to work with some of our zoning. Some of the CRA ordinances can be adjusted to make that become a reality. And I would like to work with you. As you know, I served for 4 years as the chairman of the Community Redevelopment Agency, the pension board, as the mayor. So I'm acutely aware of housing and the needs. And of course, being the head of the chamber, we deal with it on a daily basis.
To continue what you just stated, you said federal is not the place that workforce housing, affordable housing should
Ocean Avenue.
Start. Ocean Avenue. Where going west would be the acceptable starting point?
Well, we need it everywhere. So each project should have a component. In fact, we have a workforce ordinance in the county and here in Boynton Beach, but it's a voluntary program. So there's really no teeth in it to really encourage the developer to make it affordable. So essentially what we're doing is we're giving them height and density bonuses to build workforce housing. And so you're getting 2, 3 additional stories of height and density, and essentially you're getting a handful of units.
Why wouldn't Federal Highway be acceptable?
Why wouldn't Ocean Avenue, just on Ocean Avenue, because we really only have from Seacrest to Federal, and part of it is already built with our city infrastructure. So we have a couple blocks to do something special to make the center of Boynton Beach an attractive place to come. And it's going to start with restaurants, with quality housing. But I'm afraid if you put too much focus on the affordability side, you're not going to get those that'll have the dispensable income to be able to support the restaurants, the shops that are there. So I just want to have that dialogue with you all on how that mix works so that it's compatible with what we build. In Delray, they're building condos they're selling them for $1 million in West Palm. We don't want to be Delray or West Palm Beach. We're a very unique, small fishing village with a unique characteristic that could be marketed and really can become from the waterfront west on Ocean Avenue, can really be the historic destination of a small town fishing village that I think a lot of people really want to see. Now, you're fighting height. We talked about height earlier. Some of you have asked a question about height. There's a balance between going too high and not building enough to substantiate the services that the community is demanding in the future. So there's a balance here. Currently, we have a 45-foot height limit. I'm hearing some other proposals on height. The only thing I would say, having been through that before, to take it slow. I come from the planning background, excuse me. So I currently serve on your planning board and your historic board, and I've served for many, many years on the planning side of things. Take your time, think it through. If you're going to allow any type of density and height, do it on the quality of the project and not on the affordability of the units, because you'll get a better product in the end, and you'll be really proud of something that you've created in the heart of downtown. Let's make it special. Boynton's ready for it. We only have a few blocks.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Commissioner?
No, that's it.
All right, Vice Mayor Cruz.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, no questions from Vice Mayor Cruz. We're moving on to Commissioner Turkin. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, no, you did good answering pretty much everything else I've asked. I just rentals versus home ownership.
Obviously, we want to be a community of single-family homes, but you must have the balance. There is a huge portion of the community that can only afford to rent. So again, you have to have the balance of where to put the rentals, how they make the mix of your neighborhood, how that interfaces with your commercial district. All needs to be part of the planning process. And I encourage you to engage your planning and zoning board, and as well as you sit as the CRA. So that conversation should be had. And I would look forward to the opportunity to have that conversation with all of you. I'm prepared tonight to take a seat at the dais. I've prepared the agenda, reviewed all the backup material, and I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Remichio. The next applicant on the list is Mr. Rick Marrage. Mr. Marrage, please approach the podium and begin when you are ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, members of the audience. It's truly a pleasure to come up here before you and ask for your consideration and endorsement to fill the vacancy seat for District 4. I believe I am the ideal candidate for this job, as I bring a long track record of real-life experience from small business enterprise all the way up to corporate enterprise entities. Mostly, I've been involved with our city super extensively for many years. 20+ year resident, 12+ year local business owner, past CRA advisory board member, represented our city at the FRA conference in Orlando, where we've captured 7 awards that year. So this is pretty outstanding. Past chairman of the ambassadors for the Boynton Beach Chamber, where I welcomed every new business that came into the city and pushed them towards City Hall, just to get that cohesive relationship going. Florida Association Code Enforcement member, Community Emergency Response Team member. I also founded the Boynton Beach Business Professionals, 35 local businesses, and collectively, I'm proud to say that we've driven over $500,000 top line sales in 3 years within our city. I have a very extensive corporate background, experienced P&L, M&A, ISO executive, where I managed anywhere between $40 to $60 million budgets and running it at about a 12% EBITDA profit margin, which is pretty outstanding. I've represented and promoted our city at the CRA conferences, city events, attended many in-person city commission meetings. I was there when that first wrecking ball knocked down our old city hall. That was just momentous. I understand and adhere to Sunshine Law, Commission government procedures, Palm Beach Code of Ethics, And I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity, and I sincerely hope that I get the endorsement for that seat. Thank you. Questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Marrage. The floor is now open for questions and comments by members of the commission. Commissioner Turkin, would you like to begin?
Yes. Rick, how long have you lived in Boynton? Did you say 20 years?
20 plus years, sir.
20 plus years. And, yeah, I've spoken with you. What are your thoughts on rentals versus home ownership?
So it's about balance, right? But I'll tell you a great story. Back in 1989, Money Magazine named Boynton Beach as one of the best places in the United States to retire. That comes with balance. As of a couple of days ago, we all know 2-bedroom apartments, $3,000 a pop. Something's wrong. There's a huge disconnect. But we got to have balance. We want we want ownership. We don't want Boynton Beach to turn into a revolving door constantly.
And what are your thoughts on the development that's gone on in Boynton over the last 5 to 10 years?
It's a great question. Development is good. However, when you can't see the waterways in some instance, it needs to be addressed. We're slowly losing that fishing vibe, marina district that come visit us. We don't want Boynton Beach to end up like another Midtown Manhattan with a bunch of apartment buildings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Next question.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Turkin. Moving on to Vice Mayor Cruz.
Same question. What would you change about the city budget? 3 items.
City budget, without really diving into it with you guys, there's a couple things that I'd like to see. One, more green space, ramp it up for environmental sustainability. And what are we doing with the mall? Let's revitalize it. To accomplish those 3 things, just at a top level, looking at it from 30,000 feet up above, you need someone with budget experience. Not taking anything away from anyone up here, but hi, Lori, haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
You are welcome.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor Cruz. We're moving on to Commissioner Hay.
Again, your position on affordable housing.
We want affordable housing, right? It's not about having it this way or this way. We got to find that medium. How do you accomplish that? Well, I do have a plan. If I do get elected to the seat, what makes me different from the other candidates, and they're all well qualified, and I want to just give them all a shout out. Thank you guys for stepping up. We need more engagement like you, so I commend you. I do have a plan for how do we balance that.
Commissioner?
It comes with workshops, engaging different organizations, entities. We're not the best at it. So let's engage some people that's good at what they do, bring them in and not reinvent the wheel, share the best practices.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marrage.
You're welcome.
We have one more applicant. Could Miss Amy Kelly please approach the podium? And as with everyone else, just begin when you are ready.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Commission, and city staff. My name is Amy Kelly, and I'm one of the applicants you will be hearing from as you consider your selection for the City Commission appointment this evening. I am respectfully requesting your support so I can give back to the community that I love so much. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Amy Kelly, and I'm a 17-year resident of Boynton Beach. I'm happily married to my husband, Michael, of 17 years, and we have 2 beautiful children, ages 13 and 9. Professionally, I have a degree in paralegal studies, and I've worked in the legal field for 22 years. For the last 5 years, I've worked as a litigation paralegal for the law firm Steinger, Green & Feiner, where I advocate for people who are injured. It is through my work as a paralegal where I really learned I have a deep desire to help others, and one of the reasons I credit with pushing me to seek this office. I want to be an advocate for Boynton Beach residents. I've previously had the honor of serving as a city commissioner in this very seat in 2018, where we focused on issues such as public safety, keeping taxes low, traffic, responsible development, and keeping city services efficient and effective. Since my time on the commission, I have stayed connected, attended commission and CRA meetings regularly, and kept my relationships with those at City Hall. In 2019, I was appointed to serve as a board member on the Palm Beach County Advisory Commission on Women, where we focus on increasing the interactions between organizations, government agencies, and institutions whose mission it is to improve the lives of women in our community, and I continue to serve on this board today. In 2021, I was appointed to the Boynton Beach CRA Advisory Board and was selected that same year by my colleagues to be the board's representative at the Florida Redevelopment Association Conference in Fort Myers. I've applied for this appointment so I can give back to the city I love so much, focus on the issues important to our residents, and put my experience to work for Boynton Beach. I consider myself a team player, someone who understands the importance of working together, collaboration, and cooperation. If appointed, I plan to be a commissioner who listens to our community and focuses on the important work to keep Boynton Beach moving forward. I'm asking for your support tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. The floor is now open for questions and comments by members of the commission. Let's begin to my right this time. Commissioner Hay.
What's your position on affordable housing?
It's a great question. I think that affordable housing is necessary in all parts of our city. I think that we have to be responsible at the same time, that we are not pushing out residents who have lived here for many, many years. And we need affordable housing in all parts, downtown and otherwise. We want an even playing field of everyone. We want workers downtown, and we want retirees downtown, and we want people who are generally just going to live and work and play in our downtown area.
Any further questions?
No. That's it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cruz.
Same question. What are 3 things you would change about the city budget?
In keeping with kind of when I sat on the commission, one of the things that was the goal of the commission at the time was to continue to evaluate the budget and see where we could make cuts or changes to make the city efficient, but also to try and decrease the millage rate to return tax money back to our residents. And I think that that is something that we should continue to do on an annual basis in the budget, is how we can review the budget and make decisions that would possibly return money back to the residents by decreasing the millage rate.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, Commissioner Turkin.
So same question, rentals versus homeownership.
I think that we should always encourage homeownership. I think that we should encourage people to move to Boynton and want to live in Boynton and raise their children in Boynton and establish that homeownership. At the same time, we also have to be realistic that not everyone wants to be a homeowner. So there's an even balance between having homes that are available in all parts of the city. That doesn't mean being a homeowner, it has to be a single family home. That means making residency across the board available as a rental as well as ownership. And I think that we should encourage residents to make build a foundation and roots here in Boynton Beach.
And what are your thoughts on the development, here in Boynton over the last 5 to 10 years?
I think that we have to continue to be responsible in growth. I think there is there's a way that you can look at it to keep things from too much rapid growth can sometimes cause maybe oversight in some things. And so I think we have to be responsible in our growth, that we're bringing people in and we're continuing to bring people in, but also that we're keeping in mind that with development comes vehicles and people, and roadways get busy and congested, and we have to keep that in mind.
That's great. So you mentioned you had sat on the commission before, correct?
Yes.
What's something that you learned from that, and what you would do different, with that experience?
I was on the commission for 5 months, and it wasn't enough time. I felt like right when I hit the end of my term, I was just getting comfortable and just feeling like this was my place. And so there isn't anything I would change except to just not give it up.
Thank you.
All right. Any final comments, questions? It doesn't seem like it. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. We appreciate your time, and
Thank you.
to all the applicants as well. Can I just say, what a stellar group of candidates. Each bringing a unique set of backgrounds and skills, an asset to the city, whomever it may be. And let me also say, some of you may know my story, but I was one of those people a few years ago, and I didn't get it. And that's okay. And I ran for office, and I worked my way up, and I kept going at it. So I just want to say to all the applicants, regardless of the outcome tonight, keep going, keep contributing, play a role in the community. There is room for all of us, and we all have something to contribute. So at this time, City Attorney, the question was, I don't recall if we had public comments last time. However, I am open to it. What was?
I think you should have some public comment. I don't know what was happening a while ago, but public should have an opportunity to speak before you take any final action on anything. So it would probably be appropriate to do it now before you have your own deliberations in your motion.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So let me begin the timer. We already have an individual at the podium. Begin when you're ready.
David Katz, 67 Midwood Lane. I just want everybody to know that the reason why we're here doing this is because Mr. Pensurga didn't leave office in time to have an election in March for District 4. And I'm a resident of District 4 and hope we would have. So I just want to let everybody know that. There was a Palm Beach article today talking about how you wanted to save money to have an appointment. This is the mayor. So there wouldn't be an election. And again, we could have had an election had you left office in time. So we could have had that. I agree. You have to pat people on the back for coming up here, but I think there's one candidate that you shouldn't choose. And with all due respect, Mrs. Kelly is a wife, a mother, and a daughter, and I'm sure she never stole a freight train. But during her time on the commission, she was part of votes that helped put us in the kerfuffle with the town square, which the mayor ranted and raved about back in October and November, accusing staff of all kind of backroom deals and whatever it was that he was upset about, wanting investigation. And I think if you're going to stand by what you feel, you shouldn't appoint somebody who made votes that caused part of the problem we're in right now. And that's my opinion. And if there's going to be a perceived change in culture of the Boynton Beach PD, which might be felt by members of this community, I think it would also be wrong to appoint to the commission the wife of a Boynton Beach police captain. I don't think that would be a good idea either. I don't think that would be good as far as what's seen in the eyes of the community. Other than that, it's going to be your choice. And I also hope that maybe you don't choose and we do get to have an actual election in District 4. Thank you.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street.
One second, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Let me just get this. Why is it? What am I? Last value. Could you assist me on this? Why is it not resetting? It reset over here, but not over there? Oh, there we go. Now it's a clock.
Is it working?
You know what? I will use my own phone as a timer.
There you go.
I will just use my own phone.
iPhone.
All right. So All right, it is set for 3 minutes. Begin when you are ready, sir.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest Second Street. As most of you know, I was a firefighter paramedic for 22 years here. And during that time, I was 7 years on the executive board. And during that time, I served on the team for 2 contract bargaining units. And so I'm just kind of here as a character reference for a couple of the people. And during that time on the contract bargaining, the mayor or manager was Dale Sugarman. And so I found him to be, so I had like 30 hours on pretty close, high pressured activity. And my memory, I don't remember the details, but in general, his word was good. And I felt he was trustworthy. So I'm just saying, as a character reference, he after 30 years, he's kind of played well. The other one that I can vouch for, that I know enough to vouch for, is Rick Marrage. When I was served on the commission, he was heavily involved with the Chamber of Commerce. So there was a lot of interaction. I'd say probably 15 or 20 personal hours. I don't think I've talked to him in 2 years. I didn't know he was going to be here tonight. But I believe, as you all know, I'm pretty interested in green stuff. And I think out of all the candidates, he would be the most looking for climate change and that sort of thing. So, and as I remember, he was very good at doing his homework and reading backups and stuff like that. So that's been, I don't know any of the other other 3 of the 5 to that degree, so I can't speak for them. So for those 2, I've had good experience with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. If there are any other interested speakers, please approach the podium. And for all speakers, since I am using my phone, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left so you can pace yourself. Begin when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Bishop Bernard Wright, 69-year resident of Boynton, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministry. I sit on the Student Advisory Council of Ponciano and the Historic Resource Preservation Board. I just want to say that we are moving towards seeing change for the better for the people. Remichio has been, around, and I don't see no change. You know what I mean? When he was there, I'm looking at, there's been very few change, and the change we had in the last 9 years, I've been instrumental in a part of. I let you just as a character reference Mr. Marrage, Rick, my main man. I've seen him for years support what is needed in the eyesore of the city. That's District 2. We talk about affordable housing, but we don't talk about affordable housing for seniors and low-income folks. I've not heard that yet, but I know that's what he's really interested in, by the grace of God. Now, when it comes to Miss Kelly being the wife of Captain Kelly, who I think was demoted, but I think there'll be a conflict of interest today with this department being on fire with this SJ, you understand, situation. So I think she should be, not even considered, because there's a conflict there of interest in that respect. So I'm just here for Rick, and I really thank you, man, for supporting me and District 2 in these 9 years. To God be the glory. God bless you all, and hope you all make the right choice, but that's what it's about today.
Any other speakers? Mr. McNolly, please approach the podium, and when you are ready.
You recognize me? I didn't know you knew my name.
We see you at every meeting, sir. Please begin when you are ready. Oh, the timer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Begin when you are ready.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, also known as Harbor Hall Inlet Club 1. A very problematic couple of buildings, especially since the collapse in Surfside. We're going through the same thing. But anyway, I strongly believe that no one, directly or indirectly, connected with the Boynton Beach Police Department should be anywhere near this commission. Based on the lawsuits, based on allegations, based on complaints, et cetera, based on the fact that we're getting no response from anybody when we're signing complaints, and then you might dare to put a captain's wife on this commission. It's a disgrace. It's beyond a disgrace. What? And, just look at what you're doing there since this SJ incident. You're bringing in people from Fort Lauderdale. Your chief is resigning. You're not saying anything. Your city manager doesn't talk to anybody. You got 27 lawyers coming in here. So why would you put a captain's wife to make it 27 times worse? So anybody else other than her would be good. And I don't really know, but I think the gentleman seemed very professional. The first gentleman in gold. So he seemed a nice check and balance for you all, because you all are too close. He's more like objective. And I think you need somebody objective, and you're all too close with the police department, in my opinion. So I would say anybody but Miss Kelly. Thank you. My time's up, right?
You have 1 more minute, sir. All right. Next speaker, please approach the podium.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. I am Tennille DeCosti. I'm the president of the Black Caucus for Palm Beach County. And what we look for is congratulations to those who are putting their application in and those who won your commission, your seat. But what's important to us is the candidate or elected official, whatever, the person that's going to keep the seat warm is the person that's going to actually listen to the residents, not just of one area, but minorities that have been neglected, unfortunately, in this city at some point of time. So what's important to us is when you make this decision that you look at the real candidate that's actually been in the community, hasn't just been sitting home and not making changes, just to sit there and keep a seat warm. I will say I only worked with one of the candidates, and Dale, I have an HR background, over 20 years in the government, and the person that I have worked with before is Dale Sugarman. He was my assistant city manager. But we don't endorse people. I'm sorry, we endorse candidates, but I'm not endorsing this seat because it's not really an election. But it's important that this city takes a look at the minorities in the city, your staff across the board, because we're the ones that get behind you and get you elected because you're listening to your residents that's been denied.
Thank you. All right. Any other speakers from the audience? Do we have any speakers online? Yuri Armani?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, John, just very faint.
My apologies. I have an issue with equipment up here, but I did have 2 people with their hands raised, and the first one will be Sharday Hunter.
All right, Ms. Hunter, please begin when you are ready, and I'll begin the timer again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You have a candidate that came up there. I think she was the second. Well, first of all, I'm Sharday Hunter. I'm SJ's aunt, Shannon Thompson's older sister. So you have a candidate that came up there. I think she was the second one, Mrs. Roberts. She was probably one of the only ones that spoke about, wanting to address the mistrust between the community and the city. I know somebody asked her to elaborate. She was a little timid in her response, but I think we all knew what she was talking about. You can feel the tension and division up in this city. Kudos to her for even saying anything or trying to highlight that. So, Ms. Roberts, don't be timid. I wish you could have offered, specifics, exactly what you meant by that, but we all know exactly what you meant. There needs to be police reform. There needs to be accountability, especially for what happened to my nephew. And we need more people put in these seats who will make sure that these dialogues can take place between the city, in the commission, and the police, because, we're not letting up. So, that's all I have to say about that. I didn't really hear any other candidates speak on that, but that's something that needs to be addressed, because we're going to bring it at your front door. And if you don't address it, and it's the elephant in Boynton Beach, in this city's room, why wouldn't you address it? That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hunter. I believe there was another speaker online. John, please unmute them when they are ready.
I have Katie McLaughlin.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Katie McLaughlin. I am a 25-year resident of Boynton Beach. And, you know, after listening to all of the candidates, I just want to give a very strong character reference for Miss Kelly. I have known her for 10 years. And I do not know a single person that would be a better fit for this job. As she clearly stated, she is a wife, she is a mother, she has a full-time job, and yet here she is presenting herself and her time to better our community. And she is an amazing person for the job. She is fair and hears both sides, and I just want to give my full support to that.
All right, that sounded like the end of the comment. Thank you so much. I'm going to end the timer. And are there any other speakers?
There is
John.
one last, Annette Gray.
Annette, when you are ready, please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Annette Gray. I am the founder of GBDC Entrepreneurship Institute, Center for Workforce Development, Entrepreneurship, and STEAM. As a nonprofit, I can't particularly endorse one of the candidates over the other that have spoken. I will have to say that I've worked with directly and indirectly with all of the potential candidates that you have in front of you tonight. I hope you will keep in consideration the following as you make your deliberations. New public management style of leadership is what Boynton Beach follows with the city management leadership style. That means you need someone who understands PPP, public-private partnership. You also need someone who understands and manages multiple stakeholders well via the PPP vehicle under new public management style of management. That includes internal stakeholders, developers, small businesses, nonprofits, and anyone who is interested in living, working, and playing in the city of Boynton Beach. Keep in mind that diversity of thought is the best way to solve problems. Therefore, cherry picking the person who agrees with you or agrees with your candidate's political promises is not what's best for the entire city. What's best for the entire city is someone who can make decisions for the entire city and for future generations of the city. So please keep in mind that innovation happens with diversity of thought, and I do wish all the candidates the best of luck.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. I believe that is the end of public comments. Thank you so much, everybody. Your input was well taken. And now this is the point where I'm going to have to ask for a motion for a nomination. I'll take that motion from any member of the commission.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, Vice Mayor Cruz.
All right. I first of all want to thank all the applicants for your commitment to Boynton Beach. Thank you for taking the time to put your name in the hat and for coming in here and speaking to us. Additional to that, I do think that there is something important that we need to define and think about for the future, which I believe is setting a bad precedent, attacking a woman solely based on her personal relationships. I don't hear any complaints on any of the male candidates being judged solely upon who they're married to. So I first of all think that is disrespectful. She has the right to be married to whoever she's married to, and I don't think she should be attacked on that. If you want to attack somebody on their character or on their lack of experience, I would say that would be important, but I just don't think it's the right thing to do for a woman to be judging her based solely on who she's married to. Not for her, not for any woman ever. And I encourage more women to put their name in the hat. I thank the two of you today for coming out and putting your name in the hat and being courageous. And I encourage more women to run for office. It's not easy for us. It takes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of people attacking us when we try to do this. So thank you both, and thank all the applicants for applying. Thank you.
Go ahead, Woody.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
that I would like to make at this time is that, not that I'm accusing anyone for holding grudges, but I think it may be a consideration for us. We have enough challenges already on the table that we do this by a secret ballot and give it to legal to do that. We want to do, okay? It's a consideration, okay? I just feel that there will be that type of, okay? So anyway, that's just my opinion.
Sir,
Okay,
sir, thank you. Thank you.
if we can do this that way, it would avoid this kind of stuff on a mass level.
City Attorney, you had started to say something?
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to do it in the sunshine. People need to understand what you're saying, what you're doing, and the rationale for it. You can do a roll call. You can do like a ballot where you announce a name, but it has to be done publicly. There can't be any secrets on this type of thing.
Attorney, I would have to agree with you, except to say it's not unfortunately, it is fortunately. It should be in the sunshine.
I was trying to
I
be
understand.
diplomatic
I
on my response.
I understand. Commissioner Turkin, you had a comment.
There was a comment made about conflict of interest. Are we going to run into any of that? This is legal.
No, I don't know of anything that's a conflict
Okay.
of interest that I heard.
Right.
I mean, I don't know everything about all the candidates. Everybody brings their own experiences and their background and what they do for a living, for example, and conflicts could come up from time to time for any of us. So, but from what I understand, I don't know of anything that was disqualifying.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussions, deliberations, questions, comments from members of the commission? Otherwise, feel free to make a motion so we can move forward.
Right.
Go ahead.
Based on my experience serving on the CRA advisory board, I was able to meet this person and serve with her on the CRA advisory board. I actually was able to attend the FRA conference and got to understand and see this person serving our community. And I know that it would be a great value to our city to have somebody who has the experience to serve, who's done it before. So I move that Amy Kelly be appointed to fill the vacant position on District 4 seat until that seat is filled in the March 2023 municipal election.
We have a motion presented before us. Is there a second?
There's a second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Amy Kelly to fill the vacant commission District 4 seat until the district seat is filled in the March 2023 municipal election. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, 3-1. Congratulations, Ms. Kelly. You are now the next commissioner. So at this point, I would like to ask Ms. Kelly and the city clerk, Ms. Gibson, I believe we are going to move immediately into the swearing in process.
Congratulations, Ms. Kelly. If you will, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Amy Kelly,
I, Amy Kelly,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States,
of the United States,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the city of Boynton
and the
Beach.
city of
That I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution and laws
under the Constitution and laws
of the state and the city of Boynton
of
Beach,
the state and the city of Boynton Beach,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of Commissioner,
the duties of Commissioner,
District 4
District 4
of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida. Congratulations.
Want me to scoot over? It's clear down here. Sorry, I'm messy. Here. You're gonna sit right here. Be next to me. Anything about reset?
Congratulations. I won't look at your
We're going to
notes.
give them a few minutes to get situated, log into the system and all of that.
Awesome. And in my bag.
Need a water?
Yeah, this is going to take them a while. So.
Yeah. Sir, Vice Mayor Cruz. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, let's take a little.
Recess 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. 5-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. That would be 7:05. We will return at 7:05.
On top of it, thank you guys.
Mary, do you happen to need water?
I got one already. John, Mr. McNally, I believe you made an announcement, but I could not quite hear you. Could you repeat your announcement? Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take a seat so we can resume. Mr. McNally, could you repeat your announcement, please?
My announcement was very brief. I had announced that we had stopped the recording during the intermission. The recording is back live again, so please proceed when you're ready.
All right. All right, we have all reconvened. Thank you, everybody. We are going to resume the meeting and with a full commission. And let me just say, for the first time ever in the history of Boynton Beach, 2 women on this dais. Now we are moving on to item 2C, informational items by members of the City Commission. This includes any disclosure. I will begin, and I had a conversation with Ms. Bonnie Miskell regarding item 11A. However, that item has been tabled, so I will repeat my disclosure in the following meeting, but that is it for me. Let's begin. Let's go with Commissioner Hay.
I too had a discussion with Bonnie Miskell on 11A, but also,
Can you,
Is the microphone on?
you test?
microphone is on.
Okay.
I also on the 8th, which was Friday, I attended the schoolhouse bash, which was phenomenal. And also on the April 9th, which was Saturday. I attended the U.S. Court, the Coast Guard band concert. And I never knew they could play so well, and I also learned some new instruments that I'd never seen in my life, but really enjoyed that. That was phenomenal. And also on Thursday, the 14th, I participated in Feeding South Florida, and we had over 900 families that we gave food to. So that's going to change from Thursday to Saturday. I believe it's in the month of June. The expectation is that we'll be able to service more people with food when we switch to Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
I spoke to Bonnie Miskell regarding item 11A. I attended the Boynton Beach First Responders Chamber Luncheon on April 8th. I want to thank all our first responders for your service and give a special thanks to Tyler Hoffman for winning Firefighter of the Year. Next, I attended on the same day, April 8th, I attended the Veteran Affairs Committee of Leisureville meeting. I also attended the Schoolhouse Bash and the Coast Guard Band concert. It's great to see different opportunities coming to our amphitheater. It's new, it's exciting, and I hope to see a lot of more things coming in the future.
Commissioner Turkin.
Yes, I also spoke to Bonnie Miskell about 11A. Interesting conversation. Besides that, hey, there was a couple things that I forgot to add to new business. Is there any way I can bring those up and move to change the agenda?
So one
Order.
way to do that is that after we've finished with informational items by all the members,
Okay.
you can always make a motion to amend the agenda at any time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for being patient with me.
I'm here to support everybody. So
Oh, is that my turn? Sorry.
yes, Commissioner
I
Kelly,
did.
do you have any informational items, disclosures?
Well, I do have one informational item. First, I do want to thank the commission for appointing me to this seat. I hope to prove to you and the community that I really am, my heart is really in the city, and that is my goal, is to improve and continue to improve this city for all of our residents. But an informational item, I did attend the Coast Guard band concert at the amphitheater. It was a well-attended event. It was a beautiful day and the music was fantastic. That's my information. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Yes, Commissioner Hay.
If I may interject a comment here. I think we just made history tonight. This is the first time we've had 2 females on this dais. Okay. And that is phenomenal. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just one final comment. I just want to thank staff for organizing, especially our events and marketing team for putting together and organizing the Coast Guard band, the U.S. Coast Guard band who came here. They don't pick every city, and it was great to see that they chose Boynton Beach because of the hard work that staff put in. So thank you to that whole team. Are there any other last minute items, informational disclosures? Seeing none, Commissioner Turkin, you were mentioning that you'd like to make an amendment or tell us about that.
Sure. Does anyone else have anything? Okay. First thing I'd like, and Mike, help me out here if I get the language wrong. I'd like to move to vote for staff to look into improving, I think it's the green space, the required acreage per 1,000 people. I don't know the exact language. Staff, can you chime in?
I believe what you'd like to do is you'd like to have the commission discuss having staff research the concurrency requirements for open space requirements. The city has a certain requirement that it has to have of acreages of open space based on population. And you'd like the staff to look at and report back perhaps on what ours is compared with neighboring cities and what the options would be for improving that or changing that?
Correct.
All right, so I believe we'll put that under future agenda items, so this way we can come back with that information.
Second, I'd like to ask the commission to move to review of the city manager's employment with the city of Boynton Beach.
What does that mean?
So Commissioner Turkin, is that a discussion that you would like to have today? Or
Today.
all right, so, you know, that is obviously a heavy item, but a very important conversation to be had. And I think I am open to having that discussion today. Hold on a second. I would like to ask for a motion to officially amend that agenda specifically for that item. So it's very clear what it is that we are doing. We are amending the agenda to add that under, where would you like to, I assume, new business?
Correct.
All right, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to add an item to review the city manager's performance. Is that correct? Did I say that
Correct.
correctly? Under new business. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no.
No.
Excuse me. The ayes have it 4-1 with Commissioner Hay dissenting. The motion passes. The agenda is therefore amended. Does that conclude?
That's it.
All right, so we're going to move on to announcements, community and special events and presentations. Moving on to item 3A, we have an announcement from the city manager.
Mayor, I'd like to invite Brian Heller up, who is our water quality and treatment manager, along with Ford and David, who are also our plant operators, to announce an exciting award we received.
Hi, guys. The City of Boynton Beach Utilities personnel strive to lead the utilities industry by demonstrating leadership, following best management practices, and providing exemplary service to the city. This award reflects the hard work and dedication staff provide 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Florida Section AWWA Region 6 is comprised of Palm Beach County and Broward County. And on March 31st, 17 utilities met with their best water samples to compete for the best tasting drinking water for the district. A panel of utilities experts compared all samples for quality, taste, smell, and appearance. The City of Boynton Beach Utilities placed second and received the corresponding trophy for its excellence in drinking water.
I invite you to give this.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Brian, do you want to introduce the operators also?
This is David Rowland. 22 years.
Yep.
And he is our chief operator now of the wellfield storage and maintenance. He used to be the chief operator at the East Water Plant before that. I have here also, I have Ford Babcock. He is the chief operator at the West Plant. He has also been here 23 years. And also I have Bill Newsom here, who is our interim chief operator at the East Plant, and he's been here 16 years.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for all the work you put in. So I'd like to present this award to all of you. So if all of you can, yeah, come on over and they'll take a picture of us. And if somebody else could hold the award. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, the next item, 3B, announce public input meeting to discuss design elements for Eco Park scheduled for Wednesday, April 20th, 2022 at 5:30 PM in the City Commission chambers. Attendees can also participate virtually by registering for the meeting on the city's website. So yes, that is tomorrow. Staff, did you want to make any additional comments? All right.
Good evening, Mayor Prince-Ogo, commissioners, my esteemed colleagues, members of the public. Yeah, as you stated, it'll be here tomorrow at 5:30, an opportunity to shape the future of this park. I mean, we did have an initial meeting, and now we're talking about the construction of it. And I welcome everybody to come out. It's a real cool park to our city, a nice preserve. So that's it. Eco Park, 5:30. We'll be over here tomorrow, 5:30.
The park is in Quantum Park,
Quantum?
Quantum Park off of Gateway.
Park off of Gateway. Sorry. Yeah.
It is beautiful. So if you've never been there, it is worth taking a look. And I look forward to us, with this process and more members of the public can enjoy the environment.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right, we have an announcement by Sustainability Coordinator Rebecca Harvey regarding the Earth Day celebration and tree giveaway on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. Ms. Harvey, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I want to congratulate the three of you on your recent elections, and congratulations, Commissioner Kelly, on your appointment. I look forward to working together with all of you to further advance sustainability in our city. Tonight, I am excited to announce the City of Boynton Beach's Earth Day celebration to be held this Saturday, April 23rd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. here at Centennial Park, 120 East Ocean Ave. This free community event will feature a tree giveaway with community greening. The trees will be available to all attendees, not just city residents. On a first come, first served basis while supplies last, there's 200 trees being given away. Residents can choose 1 or 2 trees per household. The choices are soursop, mulberry, mango, gumbo limbo, live oak, and Simpson stopper. In addition to the tree giveaway, the first 100 attendees will receive Go Green gifts, including a reusable bamboo utensil set and a recycled fold-away tote bag. And stop by the Recreation and Parks table to receive a free raffle ticket. We will draw a winning raffle ticket every half hour. Lots of great prizes include 2 $50 gift cards to Driftwood Restaurant, a garden basket donated by our Boynton Beach Garden Club, a gourmet food gift basket, coastal native plants, painted wine glasses, and more. Food trucks on site will include Ty's Tasty Palette, The Picnic, and Kona Ice, and there will also be free coffee donated by the Willie Cafe. Please remember to bring your reusable water bottle to reduce plastic waste. Free chilled water will be available from the city's Aquafill station. The kids will have plenty to keep them busy as well, with bounce houses, face painting, and photo ops with the Surfing Florida Museum's Sick Tube, which is an 18-foot wave made of 1,600 reused plastic water bottles. From 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., Boynton Beach Sister Cities will be hosting an awards ceremony for the Young Artists and Authors Showcase inside the Boynton Beach Library on the 2nd floor of City Hall. So you can see the winning artwork focused on the theme, Generation Rescue Sustainable Water for All. Free event parking is available on the corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and Seacrest Boulevard. And accessible parking will be available. For ADA accommodations, call 561-742-6241. And for more event details and ways to celebrate Earth Day all month long, you can visit gogreenboynton.com or contact me in the Office of Sustainability at 742-6494. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harvey. But don't go too far away. Are there any questions or comments by members of the commission? All right. Hearing none, I'm going to move on to the next item, but I believe you're also included in the next item. We have a proclamation for Friday, April 29th, 2022 as Arbor Day. Lori Wolf, Joan Grace, and Tony Vetko, I hope I'm saying those right, of the Boynton Beach Garden Club, as well as Ms. Rebecca Harvey, Boynton Beach Sustainability Coordinator, will accept the proclamation. So let me read the proclamation and I will come on down. It reads, whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas the trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and producing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of businesses, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, and whereas the city of Boynton Beach adopted a citywide planting goal of 3,000 trees per year to achieve 20% canopy coverage by 2035, and is working to meet this goal through tree planting, giveaways, and community engagement. Now, therefore, I, Ty Pensurga, I still can't get over that, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 29th day of April 2022 as Arbor Day.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Tony Sabetko, a co-president for Boynton Beach Garden Club, along with Lori Wolf, co-president, and Joan Grace, who is our community garden chairperson. I just wanted to give you a little history. The Boynton Beach Garden Club's history began in 1938. The goal was to encourage home and civic beautification. The major project was planting trees to enhance the appearance of the town. Our club has been represented at many Boynton Beach Arbor Day celebrations when trees are planted in the community at various locations. At this event, we purchase a tree and donate it to the city of Boynton Beach. We have updated our goals to expand the knowledge of gardening, cultivate an appreciation of floral arts, and realize beautification efforts in our community that impact our state and nation. We study, support, and practice wise conservation measures, fight against pollution, and help protect our sensitive ecology in South Florida. Thank you for proclaiming Arbor Day and inviting our club to accept the proclamation.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item, Commissioner Hay requested a citation celebrating the life of Mrs. Queen Esther McClendon. Commissioner Hay, would you do us the honor of reading that citation? All right.
Thank you. City of Boynton Beach citation. Whereas on June 14th, 1916, Queen Esther Phipps was born to Daniel and Adele Phipps and raised in Milderville, Georgia, along with 8 siblings. She graduated from Lamson High School in Georgia, and in 1936 married Edward Sonnyboy McClendon in Fort Valley, Georgia, and had 1 son, Daniel McClendon. And whereas on March 28, 2022, Queen Esther McClendon, a resident on 12th Avenue in Boynton Beach since 1944, passed away at the young age of 105. She leaves behind 12 grandchildren, 54 great-grandchildren, 81 great-great-grandchildren, and 10 great-great-great-grandchildren. Mrs. McClendon was a member of the St. John Missionary Baptist Church and very proud of her provision of her previous work and missionary at this church and her devotion to the Red Circle mentoring group for young girls to become young ladies in the community. She was called Grandma Queen by many in the community who were touched by Mrs. McClendon's kindness and willingness to listen and lend a helping hand. Besides her volunteer work at the church, Mrs. McClendon managed to keep abreast of political and community concerns. She never hesitated to stress the importance of being involved in community affairs that improve the lives of all. She read the newspaper daily and discussed and informed others of area issues and concerns. Ms. McClendon attributed her long life to love of God and love of people. She was employed over the years in the Palm Beach and in Lake Worth as a domestic worker. In her spare time, she loved to play checkers, work with the Club Scouts, and played basketball when she was younger. Ms. McClendon had the rare ability to make everyone feel their needs are the most important when she talked with them. Now, therefore, we, Ty Conserga, and Mayor and Commissioner Woodrow L. Hay, Commissioner District 2 of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby recognize the life of Queen Esther McClendon. In witness whereof, we have hereto set our hands, caused to the seal of Boynton Beach, Florida, to be affixed at Boynton Beach, Florida, the 19th day of April, 2022. Would like the family of Sister Queen Esther McClendon please join us down at the podium. Mayor.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let me also, we have a plaque here from the City of Boynton Beach. And it reads, City of Boynton Beach, in memory of Queen Esther McClendon, June 14th, 1916 to March 28, 2022. Her strong faith and love for her family were inspiring to all who knew her.
Somebody say good genes. I'm Dr. Michael McClendon on behalf of my grandmother and my sisters and her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, her great-great-grandchildren being present. We thank Commissioner Hay and the mayor and the city commissioners for this honor, something that we're going to cherish for a very long time. And I want to thank you once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are now at public audience or public comment. I want to remind all potential speakers that it is 3 minutes per person. We're going to have to adhere to that time limit to ensure that everybody has enough time as well. So if there are any speakers in person, please approach the podium. We do have 2 podiums left and right. For those virtually attending, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand now and keep them up. And then that's how we'll know that you are in line to speak. Let's just begin on the left side, then we'll go back and forth. Please proceed, and when you are ready, I will begin the timer.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners existing and new, and City Manager and all the city staff and the community. My name is Jennifer Thomason. I am the proud CEO of Habitat for Humanity of South Palm Beach County. We are serving Boca Raton, Delray Beach, and Boynton Beach. Most of our footprint is right here in Boynton. We work very closely alongside with our wonderful city manager and the city staff, and this with the support of our commissioners. I look forward to getting to know our new commissioners and letting you know what we do. I am here tonight to speak about the Arpa Funds. We are one of the many nonprofits, about 18 of us, that applied for Arpa Funds. And we do have a concern about where those might go and that there might be a possibility they might get pulled and redesignated. For us, for Habitat for Humanity, when you're speaking about affordable housing and you're speaking about the existing residents, those ARPA funds, that we were requesting, we're going to stay right here in Boynton and go to revitalization of our neighborhoods, including aging in place, so that we can keep the residents of Boynton right where they belong. They don't have to move because they can't afford a new roof or impact windows or their house is falling apart. That's where we were going to spend those funds. We also were going to spend those funds on a apprenticeship program so that we could serve the youth in this community by teaching them, well-needed construction skills with an earn as you go program. And so we are very concerned about where those funds might go. And when you talk about affordable housing and the need for Boynton Beach, we're your partners. We're the ones that can help you with those new communities and putting affordable housing or mixed use right here in Boynton Beach. So I just want to make sure that everybody here knows that if there's any task force, any committee, any solution, we want to be a part of the conversation and we want to be a part of the solution. And we are your partners, and we thank you all for all of your past and continued support of Habitat for Humanity of South Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I live at 316 Northwest First Avenue. I just wanted to throw some things out there, and I wanted, first of all, again, congratulate all of you for your positions. The time of the meeting, it's at 5:30. I don't know if we would get, can we change that? It seems to be an issue with people who work and to get here on time to be here at 5:30. And I don't know if we can move that back a little later, if that could be put on the agenda, something we could talk about. Also, the gender bathroom, I went to go to the bathroom. There was urine all over the seat. I didn't see any urinal in there for the gentleman, and I know it could be quite difficult. I think that needs to be one man for man and one for a woman, because we do have different anatomies, and it does create a problem. Like I said, it was disgusting when I went to the restroom just a little while ago when I came in. I would like to also ask a question. I saw that Ms. Gibson, she was the one that swore in our new commissioner, and I didn't understand why Ms. Gibson didn't swear in you as the mayor and Mr. Turk and you, Ms. Cruz, into office, why it was the district state attorney that did that. I thought it was our local, and I noticed that she did do this one, and it was just kind of odd not seeing her, that she didn't swear all of you in. If you can answer that, or if you can let us know why, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Wait 1 second. I would, yes. Commissioners, if you would like to respond to any of these things, it is not advisable because this is a public comment period. So if you would like to say something, I would recommend that you do it after everyone has gone, and we'll do it all at one time. All right. Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker, please approach the podium. Now we're going to go back to my left, and please begin when you are ready.
Good evening. My name is Jen Jager. I live at 630 Lakeside Harbor. I'm here in reference to a letter I received from the city. I won't read the whole thing, obviously, but it says you have received this letter because your property is in an area of the city of Boynton Beach that has multiple flood insurance claims. And then it goes on to say the city of Boynton Beach is concerned about repetitive flooding. And it says more about that. And I'm here because I also am concerned about flooding on my street. I live in one of the oldest streets in Boynton Beach, and we have no drainage. It's a private street. So the only drainage is the slope from Federal Highway to the Intercoastal Waterway, where the rainwater flushes out. So you would think I'd be excited to hear from the city that it was concerned about flooding. But I also received this pamphlet, and I opened it up, and here on the second page, in the center, it says construction dues. Do obtain a construction permit from the city of Boynton Beach. Construction, filling, grading, or other projects that could affect the flow of water in a floodplain must have a permit. Do call the city of Boynton Beach Building Division if you're aware of construction taking place illegally. Well, I've done that, and there has been no action on my street. I've spoken to John Kunzman from the city of Boynton Beach Building Department multiple times about this issue. I have a neighbor who is at the very end of the street where the water needs to drain, who was permitted to build a retaining wall with no setback right at the edge of the street. And here's the permit, and it says 18 inches high. Well, that is poor planning, considering I know the city is concerned about flooding. However, there's more. The wall is not 18 inches. It is in fact, wait for it, 4 feet high with a mountain of fill that I've called the city multiple times with concern about the fill. They have sent community standards to look at it. And basically this is what I got from the city and the building department. And John Kunzman and the building department are not in line with the concerns of the city. And I know he's the acting, council person, but I would say that he is actually enacting. And we are very concerned on my street about flooding. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Yeager, could you state your address for the record?
630 Lakeside Harbor. The address where the construction has taken place is 646 Lakeside Harbor.
Thank you. We will
Thank
have
you.
staff go out there on
I
site.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Next speaker, begin when you are ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sonny Garcia. I'm West resident of Rolling Green. I live at 1631 Northwest 3rd Lane. The city officials are getting raises too often. Instead, they should use the money to hire shortage of city employees, including police officers. 2, if a person calls anyone at the city, have the courtesy to call them back. A lot of you all don't call back. Some do, some don't. Dirt bikes. Adults and kids are riding dirt bikes at night with no lights. And speeding. It's all over the street. It happens all over District 2. And nobody does nothing about it. 3, school buses. I bought this a long time ago. The school buses should drop the kids off at East Hester Park. Instead of having people parking on 17th where we got no parking signs on the grass that police officers do not enforce. Even when they got football games, the streets are loaded. If they should drop the kids off at East Hester and the parents should pick them up at East Hester. Not stop right there at the light and block traffic both ways. Also, the football coaches can use the football field at East Hester. Why cannot they have their games at Boynton High during games? It's a bigger field. They got more parking space over there than they got at East Hester. And also, I'm not in favor of the sheriffs in Boynton. Once the sheriff gets in Boynton, they're gonna be doing their own thing. And I am participating on the Drive Safe Boynton program to make sure District 2 gets better, and I expect feedback from anybody at the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. Kevin Hallahan was a city forester for the city for, I think he worked for like 25 years and retired, and he was not replaced. The position, I don't even know if it's there now. It was never put back in the budget. And today I was reading the land development regulations looking for something else, but I found something interesting on Chapter 4 Site Development Standards and Article 1 Environmental Protection Standards, also known as the City Tree Preservation Ordinance. So down there, it has under Section 2, City Approval Required, states the city forester may require the submittal of a tree survey, tree management plan, native Florida ecosystem survey or inventory, accommodation thereof, et cetera, et cetera. And again, it's mentioned city forest, another place. How can the ordinances be properly managed if the person who's supposed to oversee them is not actually hired? If a position is important enough, like city manager, clerk, and so on, to be written into ordinances, then I believe that position should be filled. And not to do that is a failure of management. So I request that this be considered in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Alicia Roundtree, 805 Northeast Second Court, Boynton Beach, Florida. Lifetime resident of Boynton Beach minus my stint in college. I want to first say it was very hard. I'm usually here. I usually attend the meetings online because I do have a young son that I'm raising. And it was very hard for me to find the link to participate in this meeting. I had to ask the young lady in the back to assist me. And she said, yes, it was really hard to find. If we want people to participate, this link should be on the first page when it says City Commission. Just makes sense. I also am here to speak against the selection of the Palm Beach County Sheriff Department coming to the city of Boynton Beach. I was very blown away when I found out about this. I'm not understanding why. One, there is no going back when you decimate our police department. It does not make sense. If we decimate our police department, we're never going to get it back. Therefore, we will be at the helm of the sheriff department for the rest of our lives. And that's something that we don't want. Two, it takes away the power locally. Yes, we have issues in our police department, but we have the power here in Boynton Beach to fix that. To me, if you try to bring the police department, what you're trying to do is you're just trying to sweep stuff under the rug and really not fix what's going on in the city of Boynton Beach. Last night, I attended the meeting, like many community members attended the meeting, and Mr. Persinger and Ms. Cruz was also there. You heard from the community. They wanted transparency, accountability, and justice. We all know that 60% of Palm Beach County budget goes to the sheriff department. He does not have to tell them what he is doing with the money. How are we going to have transparency and accountability when he doesn't have anybody to answer to? Basically, what I'm hearing, and I did not have time to pull the records myself, and I am going to, is once they come in, of course, they're going to say, oh, we're going to be cheaper. Oh, we're going to be this. Oh, we're going to keep your police officers. But then when they come in the next year or when the contract is renewed, of course, they have the option to increase what they're charging the city. The police officers here have to go somewhere else, or they're usually transferred out. I've been doing also doing research in east of Palm Beach County. There's hardly any Black chiefs, captains, or anything else. So we're saying that we're for the community. We want to see transparency. We want to work with this family who's lost their son. It seems to me that we need to work within our own police department so that we can make the changes internally and we have the power locally. Thank you.
Next speaker, please begin when you're ready. And also, just as a reminder to everybody, there are two podiums if anybody wants to go on the other side. Please begin.
My name is Christy Ward, 1518 North Seacrest Boulevard, Boynton Beach, Florida, lifetime resident. Just as the young lady just said, we are still here for justice, accountability, and transparency. And bringing the Palm Beach County Sheriff in our community, I don't think that will be a good idea. I think that we should continue to keep it as we have it and fix the issues and the problems, because there is a breakdown between the community as well as city officials and every other thing. I don't think that we are being heard or we're being listened to. I mean, we are speaking, but it's nothing really much being done. Last night we did have a meeting, and we did see the mayor and we saw Angela Cruz. Thank you for being there. One person we did not see for District 2 was our own commissioner. And there has been times, and I know Mr. Woodrow Hay, and I'm not trying to be of any disrespect, but I feel as though being a commissioner for District 2, that you have to be more involved with the community and what we're trying to say. We have a lot of things that we that is hurting us, and we want to say them, but when every time you look around, this is the number one question. Where is Commissioner Woodrow Hay? It's just like asking, where on earth is Carmen Sandiego? We don't know where you are. So the thing is, if we have issues, how are we to have these issues that they be fixed, that they be addressed or anything if you're not present? So we're just asking that if it's going to be transparency, if there's going to be accountability, you need to be accountable, but you need to be there. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. First, congratulations and on your election and best wishes for a successful future or tenure. I'm C. Ron Allen, founder and CEO of KOP Mentor Network, which provides knowledge, opportunities, and in hopes of making our young people prosperous. We have a proposed robust character building mentorship and gang prevention program, which is Star Makers, for the at-risk and underserved youth in the city to address the social and emotional challenges that they experience because of the pandemic. It is an understatement, but as you can imagine, classroom closures and hybrid learning situations have had a profound effect on their mental health and learning trajectory. More than 1 in 5 parents with kids ages 5 to 12 have reported that their children's mental or emotional health worsened during the pandemic. And that was according to a Kaiser Foundation report that was released recently. KOP Mentor Network is on a fervent mission to help the youth in our city, ages 7 to 17, look beyond their circumstances, realize their potential, and change the trajectory of their young lives. Our mission is to empower youth to become self-resilient and productive members of society ready to compete in our global economy. Currently, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening, we're providing lessons on aviation, public speaking with Toastmasters, music, home economics, and fishing in some cases to 15 young men and ladies who call Boynton Beach home. I echo the sentiments shared by our proud CEO of Habitat for Humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, as you consider the ARPA funds, I encourage you to consider the small nonprofits that are making a significant difference in preparing our youth for life beyond graduation. In closing, let me say that we certainly do not dismiss or give up on any youth for bad behavior. Instead, we provide remediation for them. We rotate them through our programs and we give them leadership opportunities. Our organization helps these young people discover the strength, then build upon those strengths to foster meaningful change and positive development. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, begin when you are ready.
Good night. My name is Pastor Ray Whiteley, and tonight I represent Boynton Beach Coalition of Clergy and Faith in Florida. The address that we work from is 239 Northeast 12th, and that's in Boynton Beach. I just wanted to recap the community meeting from last night. Last night we had a community meeting at Sarah Sim Center where estimated between 75 to 85 people showed up, and they were just wanted to be a part of the conversation, not to speak to Boynton Beach Police Department versus the Sheriff Department, but we wanted to talk about police reform versus police agency. It's important that we not get caught up in the hijacked narrative that this is only between the Boynton Beach Police Department and the Sheriff Department, but it has been, is, and always will be about justice, transparency, and accountability, period. So we are concluded last night, and thank you to Boynton Strong, Bernard Wright Ministries, and the Davis family that was just a huge part of that conversation. And thank you for the mayor and the vice mayor that did come out to listen to what the community had to say. The consensus was we want to communicate all decision makers that our primary concern is justice. We may differ whether the police chief should have resigned or not. We may differ if the sheriff department is good or bad for us. But the most important thing that I want to lift up tonight and to everybody that's listening is that nobody is coming to save us and we have to save ourselves. We will not get caught up in this agency versus that agency and miss the fact that we want reform in law enforcement. So thank you very much. Congratulations. I was in Lake Worth watching this, and I just had to get out of that office, hit 95 to come and share what I had to share in person. And good luck to you.
Bishop Bernard Wright, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministries, former candidate for mayor. It's a number of things I would like to talk about within these 3 minutes. But first off, I want to talk about this Arpa Funds, because too many children right now and people that are waiting for this money, these millions have been here and too long. I think we need to expedite. The ranking already been done, you understand, and get this money to all the nonprofit organizations who have already submitted their applications. That first. Now, secondly, every tub stands on its own bottom. If it doesn't, it's useless. If Boynton Beach can't stand on its own bottom with its own department to bring someone in, I see nothing going forward in no way, shape, or form, economically, socially, judicially, talking about reform. How can we reform anything that we don't have control of? You don't have control of the sheriff department, but we have control of our department. We can handle our own. Been handling our own since 1890 when Robert E. Webbs come here, and we began this town as pioneers, you understand, up until now, and the establishment of this police department. Why do we need to reach out? Are we too weak? Are we too incapable? Are we not able to handle our own? Is this what we're saying? I see we do go way out to get city managers and other directors for economic development and other areas of our department, none from Boynton Beach. Are you saying that we don't have qualified people in this city, and especially in District 2, where there's so much ingenious to be in these departments? Everybody come and rape our city. To God be the glory. District 2, the major block that we have. The greater development is coming in now. I was instrumental in coming in with Ocean Breeze East, Wales Landing, which is you having to change the name that is historic and culture. Historic, a rich city. If you take away the department, you take away the culture, you take away the history. It's the small foxes that spoils the vine. And as a minister of the gospel, how do you not know that? To God be the glory. Bless God. Justice and equality is racial justice and equality. And we're not going to put it under the rug. It's what it is. Let's fix this city. And we have got to fix our city. As they say, we got to save ourselves. And we will, that effective leaders. To God be the glory. We have the power. This community right here. It's time now to stop having these little schemes and games laying in bed. You understand? Even as Ms. Amy, I have nothing against you or your husband, knowing her all my life. I'm just concerned about disparity, transparency, racial justice, and equality. No conflict of interest. And that's what I was concerned about. But all things work together for the good. So you sit in there going to work together for our good. And I believe that. And God bless you. To God be the glory.
Good evening. My name is Pernell Davis. Yesterday we attended a meeting, and we appreciate the mayor and the vice mayor for being there, just listening to the concerns of the community and just coming to listen, and appreciate you guys. Also, Mr. Turkis, I appreciate the visit to my house, and I appreciate you coming and trying to meet me where I am. So I definitely appreciate that. Appreciate the conversation we had, and congratulations to you as well for being appointed. But I also want to speak about the chief resigning. Now, I want to know, is it public knowledge of the particulars of him resigning. Are we gonna be paying his salary for the rest of the time or whatever he was on contract for? Because once you quit, you quit. We shouldn't be still paying his salary if he quit. So would there be, because I know the other ladies got up here and spoke and y'all said y'all was gonna have conversation and answer some of these questions. So that's a question that I think we should have answered, because once you leave, you leave. If I quit my job, they don't pay me for the rest of the year or as long as the contract. So we as taxpayers, we shouldn't have to foot this bill. I mean, so please could you get back with that one, man? And also, I mean, I'm hoping Chief Snow is here today. She is? Oh, nice to see you. But also, well, I haven't seen you. But anyways, I also don't feel like it would be any different because she didn't really want to be here anyways. That's correct. She just was, at a couple other interviews trying to leave this same situation. So opportunity falls in your lap, you take the opportunity. But we definitely need to start seeing somebody that really care about us. And the two of you guys that was at that meeting last night, you can see that was a meeting of a bunch of leaders that's trying to move things forward, that's trying to make a better Boynton for all of us. And they don't have confidence in what's been going on. So if the leader don't have confidence, it's hard to spew confidence to the people that's following. So when we start getting good leadership and people that really want to work with us and really want to see the change, then you'll see a better group of leaders and you'll see a better group of young people growing up and being citizens of this city to move the city forward to the place where everybody talks about the high rises and the thriving nightlife. You'll have young adults that can come here and be managers and be employees of these great places that can make the city thrive the way we want it to thrive. But we gotta have confidence. And until we have confidence, then you're gonna keep seeing the same results over and over. Thank you.
Bryce Graham, Second Vice President, National Network, Central Florida Chapter. I guess it's for the better part of 5 months almost that we've been coming to you. You've been hearing the cry from the community. But might I say that Rome was not built in a day. And so what I see here is the Roman Empire coming down. Let's not make a story and try to create a narrative. We all know why the police chief resigned. There was too much heat in the room. And so when there are leaders here that will not back down, a community that will not back down, you're gonna see the rats run. Whenever the light is turned on, roaches do come out. And so I'm saying tonight that the roaches have got to come out in Boynton Beach. And so I want to thank Mr. Turgan for putting on the agenda to talk about the employment of the city manager, because I believe that is where the problem lies, with the city manager. So when we're going to talk about business, let's talk about the real problem and the real persons who are causing the real problems in this city and have uphold wrong and indignant people in this city, like Marrage. That's number one. So when you want to bring and talk about the police, the sheriff department, that would be an detriment to this community. They have the largest budget in this country. And you would want them to come in here and police our people when they have also the largest use of excessive force against minority and black people? Fix what you got here before you try to bring something else in here to create a bigger problem that will cause you more lawsuits in the long haul. So I want to say that the searchlight is still on, and we won't stop until we get justice for Stanley Dale Davis III in this city, until we talk about accountability, transparency, and all about police reform in this city. Get experts in here to talk about police reform and accountability and policy changing within this city. Thank you. Thank you.
Wesley Schuler, 618 Northwest 2nd Street. We done came to this point, and I thank you for that. It took you to throw that out there when y'all had an opportunity that's been sitting up there that y'all did not want to do it. Y'all had an opportunity to have DOJ to come through here, and y'all ain't want that. But it sounds like to me, he's going to be the one that's going to need to pull the city forward. Because some people that's sitting up there, they got their own agendas, and they hiding their hands. But people is very tired of this. Now, Rujo, I know you since I was a little boy from my daddy from the funeral home. And we came up under Reverend Cheney, St. John Missionary Baptist Church. But Haywood, you're not seeing the light. You're not seeing the light. These people crying out here. We asking for one thing. Keep your house in order. And we can't keep that house in order. What do we have? We done came to the end of the road. What we supposed to say? Fight on to see what the end gonna be? We can't do that no more. The city manager, you need to go. It's been a long time, but time has changed. How many lawsuits you done covered up? How many people you done paid out? The lawyer, y'all work together. I did my research. It's time for a new lawyer. So just throw it out there. Let's clean house. It's time to clean house now. And when this time will come, y'all will sit back and say, how did we make it over by the Lord?
Good evening. My name is John Daines, Post Office Box 713, Boynton Beach, Florida. Once again, I've been a resident in the city for 58 years. And you're talking about bringing the sheriff in here. I don't care if you bring in the Texas Rangers or the U.S. Marshal, right? It's all about bringing in or doing what's right. Let me explain something to you about doing the right thing. Because the Bible says, right, to respect the laws of the land, and right? And by him saying that, right, that means everybody, okay? It's not excluded that police officers do what they want to do, okay? Because if it was, it would be in the Bible, and I ain't read that, okay? So what I'm saying is, right, we need to clean up what we got here, right? And we need people to make the right decision. And if you can't make the right decision, right, we need to find people who can, okay? This has been going on in this city too long, right? And so you're trying to convince me that the sheriff gonna come in here and do the right thing, okay? You telling me Bradshaw gonna come in here and do the right thing, right? When he allowed Jeffrey Epstein, right, to walk away, right, unscathed? Spirit recognizes spirit. And we are tired of what's going on in this city, okay? And so we're gonna fight together. Because the Bible says, right, where there's strength, there's unity. And there's unity in District 2, okay? And then you get upset when they become radical. But look at all the things that have happened over the years. People are tired. People are tired of it. And so I do want to get this opportunity for some of these young commissioners that have come in, right, and give them an opportunity, because it won't be fair to them, because a lot of them don't really know the history of this city. But I'm going to say this before I take my seat, right? And I would never, ever, right, say or give honor to Mark Sohn. Because once again, right, honor is given when honor is due. And he is not due any honor, okay? And I don't care what union, I don't care how strong John Costanza's union is, right? He will pay one of these days. He's gonna pay for what he did, right? He is going to pay. And I might not be around, I might be in my grave, right? But you will reap what you sow.
Please proceed when you're ready.
Hello, everybody. Hello, community. My name is Victoria, and
Could you please speak closer to the microphone?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Victoria, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Victory Program. I'm currently on the ARAP grant that's going on right now. So I was just watching in the shadow everything that's going on, and I agree with Habitat of Humanity, what she said. And I see that there's a problem, and I was voted last on the list. And I just seen an opportunity, led by the Holy Spirit. I said, let me come up here and let me introduce myself. I've been to prison before, and I started this organization, and now I house returning citizens. I also go speak at the prisons. And this semester, after 4.5 years, I will be a college graduate. So I am in the field every day working with these people. And I want to say that we want to see a change. The change is giving little organizations like me a chance, because with my own money, I've made a change in the community. And with the opportunity of your guys' funding would really be a big change. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Are there any other in-person speakers? I see 2 people. Please approach the podium and begin when you are ready.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Thompson, the mother of Stanley Dale Davis III. I want to actually start off by congratulating Lori for her award she received. She was honored with the 2022 Home Rule Hero Award. For those of you that are not familiar with that award, the Home Rule is the ability for a city to address local problems with solutions with minimum state interference. Congratulations on that. Last night, as you guys just heard, there was a community meeting, and one of the things that came up from, I believe the young lady was a part of the sheriff department, I believe, that she was stating about going over some of their policies. Now, what I'm here to say is it doesn't matter which agency come in with new policies if nobody's going to be held accountable to obtain these policies. There is nothing wrong with Boynton Beach policy for that pursuit. The problem is they're not obtaining it, and there's no accountability that's requiring them to make sure they're not breaking these policies. It's not about switching agencies. It's about holding them accountable, not for one incident that we're going to fight, and then when the fight is over, the community is just going to stop this fight. As we all know, sometimes it takes hell. All hell has to break loose in order for there to be a change in the movement, and all hell is breaking loose. I also want to go over with the sheriff department, if you guys were keeping up with, that recent arrest that just took place in Riviera Beach on April 8th. And one of the things I kind of want to go over really quickly was one of the police officers. He stated when he went to that suspect's car that, for one, he just approached the car and he yelled that he was the sheriff department. Now, if you guys read over that, because I'm running out of time, not once did he even call that in. Not once did he even go over and review the license tag. They waited till after the suspect drove off, where he stated the suspect was doing 85 miles per hour. Again, we're showing where this creative narrative is taking place. no matter what agency you bring in, that has already existed here at Boynton Beach, and that's what's going on with the sheriff department. So why bring them in? They're having the same issues. Once you bring them in, you're not going to be able to get them out. So the city needs to just fix what's obviously already here, because the problem is the leadership that they were under. Lori for 20 years, and not only Lori, James. So when we recommend Lori, we have to then move to Mr. James, because he's just as fault and he needs to be held accountable as well.
Any other speakers, please approach the podium. I see another one on my left, and I assume you'll be speaking as well. All right.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Corbin Thaddeus, and hello, commissioners, and congratulations to our new commissioners. I am the founder and president of the organization Connect to Greatness, and our mission is to empower and inspire African American boys. And so to hear what's happening to our young men, specifically in Boynton Beach, is heartbreaking. The funds that many organizations have been talking about, the Arpa Funds, are critical to nonprofit organizations, especially small organizations. You've heard from many of them today. And I don't know what the plans are, but I know that we are being kind of kept in the dark as to what's happening next, and things are being pushed back. We see that that there was a request to even have this whole agenda pulled. So I'm just really here pleading with you all to continue to see nonprofits like Connect to Greatness, Habitat for Humanity, KOP Mentoring, all the ones that have spoken as your partners to do this work in the community. We cannot do this work alone. Our youth are hurting and they need support, and you all are not on the ground to do the work, we are. And so we can't do that alone, and we can't do that without funds. Many of us have started our organizations from the money out of our own pocket, as we just heard. And we have been just pulling pieces together to keep the community together and keep our families together. And again, working with youth, and especially our African American Black male students, is our priority at Connect to Greatness. But for many of the organizations working with youth, we need your support, and we need you to move and support what we're doing in the community, and know that we are here as partners, but you have to keep us in the loop of what's going on and see us as partners as well. Thank you.
Hello again. Tennille DeCoste, President of the Palm Beach County Black Caucus. So I purposely wanted to speak last for the in-person speakers because I listened to your community, and this is what I'm talking about, that we get behind elected officials that's in the community, as Vice Mayor Cruz and of course our Mayor Ty and Mr. Turkin reaching out to that resident. You have beautiful residents here. Unfortunately, I don't live in city of Boynton Beach, but don't worry, I'm buying my house here. But it's coming. It's coming. Don't hate. It's coming. But as I was saying, your residents, they're crying. They are really crying, and you need to get behind them. We have to remember, as elected officials, everybody has an expiration date. We know when your election's coming up. Listen to your community, help your community, work in that community. That's why you're placed in that seat. And it's not just about Black and brown, it's about those who are educated, not educated, those are poor, rich. It doesn't matter. It's just helping the community that you serve. Again, thank you, Mayor, for all the great work you do. Thank you for everybody, and congratulations to you, madam.
Last call for in-person speakers.
Hi, Ernest Mignoli, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, 1 block from where the SJ incident happened. And I was there almost immediately. And today I reviewed the sworn testimony by the by the Florida Highway Patrol, a recording that I made sworn interview. And they're saying, well, you know, you don't know much. What do you know? Really? What do I know? The question is, what do you all know? And what you're covering up? Let me tell you what this city manager is up to. I just found out she put in an order for all these, you see these no trespassing signs all over? You're talking about a paranoid person. You're talking about a person holding meetings upstairs all hours of the night, making deals. And then to order and put up all these signs and have officers like that one in the back come to a public street where I live and say, Mr. Mignoli, if you don't listen to that police sign, no trespassing on the pool over there, we're going to arrest you. And then I sign an internal affairs complaint against this character in the back, and he just keeps laughing. He thinks everything's funny. Don't you, Herney? Don't you? With that fake replacement over there, Snow, the lawyer.
Sir, please address your comments to us.
Well, no, I want it to bounce off.
Sir, you are here to speak to us.
No, I'm not. I can speak to whoever I want.
No, you cannot. You are here to speak
Really?
to us.
What are you going to do now? Tell me I'm trespassing? You're another one
Sir,
that
I'm
has
gonna
become
give
a
you an
threatener.
opportunity to
You become
apply.
a threatener. You know that with those signs. I bet you know all about those signs.
Sir.
And you didn't take down your political sign until I made a big deal. You kept it on
This
Northeast
is
8th
your last
Avenue.
warning, Mr. Mignoli.
A warning for what?
Speak to us.
I thought I'm talking to you. Who do you think I'm talking to? You giving me a warning now? I'm talking right to you. You had your no good political sign up until today on Northeast 8th Avenue, right where the incident happened. And you did a lot of fundraising and weird stuff in that house. And you know what? You're going to give me a warning, right? You smile. You think everything's funny, don't you? With all these fake lawyers and fake senators you bring in here. You really think it's funny threatening us? Look at you. Where have you ever seen a city meeting? Look at the police you have here. Look at these guys, steroid guys. Look, you know? Are you proud of that, Mr. Pasaga, what you're running?
All right. That was the last call for in-person speakers. We are now moving on to virtual speakers. Mr. McNally, could you tell us how many are online?
Mayor Conserga, we have 4, and I will unmute Annette Gray first.
All right. Please begin, Ms. Gray, when you are ready.
Good evening again, Annette Gray, 1500 Gateway Boulevard, Boynton Beach, and founder of GBDC Entrepreneurship Institute, Center for Workforce Development, Entrepreneurship, and STEAM. A couple of points that I wanted to make at this juncture is that leadership is not an easy undertaking. When you're out on the campaign trail, it is easy to mistake the plight of a few to be the same as the plight for all. That is not always the case. Unfortunately, the number of folks that vote does not equally represent the number of citizens and people who do business and work in the city. So I know it's difficult. I've sat where you've sat. I've been staff at a city. And so I know it is very challenging. I do, however, bring you back to my point about PPP. And the first P in that acronym is for public. And that public is everyone who voted for you or did not vote for you. Unfortunately, after you won, you became the representative for all. So as I said before, leadership is not easy. It is also not an order-taking position. You are now leaders and agents of effective management, effective change management, effective problem solving, and stakeholder management. That brings me to the ARPA funds. I am also a nonprofit. I also started this nonprofit, and my nonprofit and every nonprofit that have spoken have done significant economic impact to the city of Boynton Beach with very little financial support. I literally was at a meeting where your predecessors and staff discussed pulling grants because you did not have enough applicants because the amount was too small. The small organizations who took those small grant amounts and made huge inroads into dealing with our youth, homelessness, affordable housing, all of those things. Those are the organizations that are on that ARPA list who have stuck around through thick and thin. And to consider pulling that funding and reassigning that funding is really disheartening. It's disheartening. Ms. Kelly, I welcome you to that commission. We both sit on Palm Beach County Commission on Women. I
Ms. Gray?
enjoy working with you there, and I look forward to your same innovative and creative approach to problem solving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cray. And for future speakers online, I will announce when there's 30 seconds left. Of course, you can't see the timer, so that I'll just give you a heads up. Mr. McNally, could you please proceed to the next speaker?
The next speaker is Roberto Amoroso.
Please begin when you are ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Conserga and other council persons. I'm Roberto Amoroso, a board member for the Victory Program. You've heard earlier in person from our founder. The Victory Program is a nonprofit agency for the betterment of Boynton Beach returning citizens to assist them with assimilating them back into society as productive Boynton Beach residents, such as temporary housing, while working with other nonprofit agencies, assisting with transportation, assisting with formal schooling enrollment, different types of counseling, and formal training classes such as finance management, anger management, and other soft skills needed for a smooth assimilation as a productive citizen of Boynton Beach. Note, there's also close friendly monitoring of the returning citizens with our program and the returning citizens. I'm speaking to you today regarding the ARPA funds. I recommend you to please keep on the agenda to accept your staff's ranking of the no phone applications and award the ARPA funds based on application eligibility and proposed programming, rather than delaying the process and having another special meeting in May, item 5I on the current agenda. Yet, if you all do decide to have further discussion in a framework workshop in May, please be rest assured that the Victory Program, and I'm sure the other nonprofits, will use the funds for the overall betterment of Boynton Beach, its citizens and community. The Victory Program will continue to have a pleasant partnership with you and the rest of Boynton Beach staff, and we thank them already for their assistance. I'd like to conclude the thank you for the minutes allotted, and good evening, and I'm wishing you all the very best with your roles in making Boynton Beach the best city in Florida. Good evening.
Thank you. Let's move on to the third speaker.
The next speaker is Ramona Young.
All right, Ms. Young, please begin when you are ready. And I will let you know when you have 30 seconds.
Good evening. My address is 101 South Federal Highway. I wanted to speak when you were interviewing the candidates, but somehow there was an error and I didn't get an opportunity or did not get recognized in order to speak. However, I heard several good things from several people, and I'm not in District 1, so I can't vote there. But I was impressed when the young man said something about old Florida charm and new Florida style. This is a town with 80,000 people in it, and we are no longer a fishing village. We are a city by numbers. And I think that people should ingest that in their minds. I also, as a listener here for the last several hours, have heard an attitude of your new commissioner, not the one just appointed, but the one elected, about your attitude toward apartment versus homeowner. I think that's Mr. Turkin. I was a homeowner for over 15 years, and I decided to sell my home because I no longer wanted the responsibility. I take exception to an attitude that an apartment dweller is less than and doesn't pay taxes as a homeowner does. I had someone to say that to me at one time. So I think you need an attitude adjustment about apartment dwelling as opposed to home ownership. They both have their advantages and they both have their disadvantages. If you've been cognizant now, home insurance is going sky high, just as rental insurance. I pay my rent and I pay it on time. So I would express that so that you take that as a little seed in your development as you become a commissioner with this city. I've been here for 20 some odd years. I am not always welcome because I was born in New York City and I was raised in New Jersey. I do have an education. I am a person that speaks out, and I will address you when I think that you're being improper or disrespectful to the community. And I took exception to that this evening.
Excuse me, Ms. Young.
Thank you. 30 seconds, I got it. The other thing I want to talk about is affordable housing. We need it. We need apartments, and we need people.
I forgot to tell you that there was 30 seconds, so that is my mistake. I just wanted to let you know, please wrap up. That is my mistake for not telling you sooner.
That's fine. You broke my train of thought. We need to understand that there are people here that have worked for 30, 40 years, longer than you probably been. Most of you have been alive, except for, respectfully, Mr. Hay. And that some of the retirees don't want home ownership anymore. And I also want to say that I am not sure that you should consider getting rid of the wonderful police department that you have. They're not perfect. They do good work. I toured the police department today, and it is state of the art and has been developed in the last 4 to 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. McNally, any final speakers?
Mayor Conserga, the fourth and final is Ace Tilton Ratcliffe.
All right, thank you. Please begin when you are ready, and I will let you know when there are 30 seconds. And guys, if I forget, please let me know. Please begin when you're ready.
Hi there, I'm Ace Tilton Ratcliffe. I'm at 142 Southwest 13th Avenue, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. I just wanted to say, first off, Commissioner Turkin, as somebody who has been on boards now for about a year, if you speak to Craig Clark, the library director, he has some really great information about Robert's Rules of Orders, which should help you with the way that these meetings run and the language for the meetings. Following up on that, you know, I hear a community here, and as a white person, I have so much privilege when it comes to the way that I interact with the world. But I hear a community here that feels deeply unheard. And I think it's really interesting that in the questions that the commission asked of the new commission members, everyone was focused on housing and no one asked anything about how things were handled in December, how things have been handled in the future or plan to be handled with the merger with PBSO. And I think it is curious that we then moved forward with electing a commissioner who has close ties to the police department that your community is clearly having massive issue with, and with good reason, because there is no justice in a racist system, and policing is racist down to its core, unfortunately. So to Commissioner Kelly, I hope that I can speak to you from my place of privilege, and I hope that I can say you are in a really unique position here as someone who is intimately involved with the police department by being married to it. And I hope that you can hear the community, and I hope that you can hear the way that the community is grieving and is desperately looking for a government that will represent them and a government that will stop killing them. That concludes my statement.
All right, to my knowledge, that is the last of the virtual speakers. Public comment is now closed, and I would like to hear from any of the members of the commission if you would like to make any comment on anything that has been said today. Let's begin with, let's start from my right and we'll go down to my left. Let's begin with Commissioner Hay, and if you have anything to comment on.
No, I don't have any comments, so.
All right, Vice Mayor Cruz. All right, well, let's go to Commissioner Turkin and then Commissioner Kelly.
I appreciate the feedback from those who spoke and also virtually, because I am new to this, so thank you for the feedback.
I don't have any comments.
All right, and there were several questions that were posed. One of them was in regards to the swearing in. I was actually sworn in by two individuals at two separate occasions, one right before the public ceremony. I was sworn in by Ms. Crystal Gibson, the city clerk, followed by the state attorney. So the question was, did I get any special treatment? Nope, I was sworn in, same process as everyone else. It is customary that sometimes, for example, a family member could ask, you could ask a family member to swear you in for your ceremonial event. So that's always possible, or someone you know. I believe I've answered that question. If there's anything else, lots of residents brought up many issues. We're gonna make sure staff follows up with them, and I will follow up with staff to make sure that does occur. And once we have better information, please forward that to the rest of us. All right. Is there anything else before we move on? All right, so the next item of business here is administrative. We have here 5A. I'm going to ask for a motion to ratify the selection of Dr. Valerie Valcourt as the chair and Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adeyemo as vice chair of the Education and Youth Advisory Board. May I have that motion? So we are at administrative 5A. And we need a motion to ratify these individuals. From my understanding, these are the recommendations made by the actual Education and Youth Advisory Board, but per the city ordinance, it requires the commission's ratification.
Moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second? Hearing no second. Going once, going twice. All right, hearing no second, the motion is not considered for the lack of a second. So those individuals are not ratified as chair and vice chair. Moving on to 5B, may I have a motion to ratify the selection of Julie Mondello as the chair and Betty Pierce-Rowe as the vice chair of the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board.
So move.
We have a motion for that. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of ratifying the selection of Julie Mondello as the chair and Betty Pierce-Rowe as the vice chair of the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 5C. May I have a motion to ratify the selection of Kelly Drum as the chair and Ace Tilton Ratcliffe as vice chair of the Art Advisory Board? May I have that motion? We are on 5C, and I'm asking for a motion to ratify the selection for chair and vice chair from the Art Advisory Board.
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second for 5C? Hearing none, the motion is not considered for the lack of a second. We are moving on.
Comment on that?
Yes, you may.
We may have new members of the advisory boards, and that may be the reason why we just want to let the new members come in, introduce themselves, and maybe let the boards themselves decide who they want to bring forward as chair or vice chair, and then maybe we can bring this back up once the new members have the opportunity to attempt that.
All right, sounds good. Just please, staff, convey that to the Art Advisory Board, and we will entertain after the new members have been included. Moving on to item 5D. This is the annual appointment and reappointment of eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. And I'm looking at the city appointments and applicants list. For the Art Advisory Board, we have this Vice Mayor Cruz. It is your nomination.
Wonderful. I would like to nominate Phyllis Basili to join the Arts Board.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Phyllis Basili to the Art Advisory Board for a regular board position seat, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no. Absolutely. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Pachilli. Dr. Pachilli, if you would like to come up and say a few words, you are welcome to do so.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and congratulations. I want to wish, first of all of you the very best in serving your terms, and I'd like to thank you for appointing me to the Art Board. I wanted to bring you a little sample of my art. I am very proud to, I'm not a real artist, but I sure do love it. And I look forward to bringing some beautiful art with this board to our city to bring pleasure to many, many people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is this your first time joining a city board, Dr. Pachilli?
A long time ago, I was on the Educational Advisory Board, and I served under Mayor Taylor for several years. So I'm very happy to be back on serving the commission as a resident of Boynton Beach. Thank you.
I really wanted you to come in and show your artwork because I had the opportunity to see some of that a couple months ago, and I think you have real talent, and I think that we could use that in our city. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. We have no applicants for building boards of adjustments and appeals, so we're going to move on to Education and Youth Advisory Board. Commissioner Hay, you have the appointment of a regular board seat.
I'd like to appoint Jeanette Gatson.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Shavette Gatson to the regular board seat of the Education and Youth Advisory Board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Moving on to Historic Resources Preservation Board. There are no applicants. The Library Board, the first appointment will be made by Commissioner Hay for a regular board seat.
I'd like to appoint George Feltman.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The next appointment opportunity is Commissioner Turkin for another regular board seat. Would you like to make a nomination?
For which one?
For the Library Board.
Yes. Let's see. Dr. Stephanie Hayden.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adeyemo to a regular board seat of the library board, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, say no.
No.
All right, the ayes have it, and the motion passes 4-1. And we're going to move on to Planning and Development Board. We have 4 applicants. And Commissioner Turkin, you are the first to make the nomination for a regular board seat.
I'd like to nominate Cortland McGuire.
All right. Is there a second to nominate Cortland McGuire?
Second.
All right, we have 2 seconds. All those
have
in
the
favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Quire. And the next one, we have multiple applicants, and the next appointment will be made by our new commissioner, Commissioner Kelly, for a regular board seat.
I move to appoint Jay Sobel, move him from an alternate to a regular position.
Excellent. Is there a second to that nomination?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Jay Sobel to a regular board seat of the Planning and Development Board, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Hearing none, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The next one is an appointment to the same board by Commissioner Cruz for Vice Mayor Cruz for the alternate position. We're still at Planning and Development.
Sorry, I'm on that.
No worries. So Planning and Development Board, Vice Mayor Cruz gets to make a nomination for the alternate board seat.
You just nominated Cortland.
Cortland and Jay have already been covered, so we have the remaining 2.
Okay, I'll go ahead and nominate Lyman Phillips.
We have a nomination for Lyman Phillips for the alternate seat of the Planning and Development Board. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say no. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And is that it? Yes, that is it for Planning and Development. We are moving on to Recreation and Parks Board. There were no applicants for that. And the next and final board to consider is a Senior Advisory Board. The first nomination will be made by our new commissioner, Commissioner Kelly, for a regular board seat.
I'm going to move to appoint Marsha Levine to that seat.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Marsha Levine to the Senior Advisory Board say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed say no. Hearing no dissension, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to everybody. That concludes appointments for these advisory boards. We are moving on to a series of resolutions to make appointments for representative and alternates to 4 different organizations. All of these items have been previously tabled, and so the very first thing I want to ask is for 5E. May I have a motion to remove item 5E from the table?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, again, we are removing item 5E from the table, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Item 5E has been removed from the table. It reads proposed resolution number R22-047. Appoint a city commission representative and alternate to the countywide intergovernmental coordination program. Would anyone like to make a nomination? And I will wait. So, and just to be clear to my colleagues, I will not be seeking any of these appointments myself. So this way there is something for everybody, for my colleagues on this dais. So we are looking for a nomination to be a representative to the countywide intergovernmental coordination program, as well as an alternate.
Since you have done it, it doesn't say, Norm, in the other ones it says when they meet, how often they meet.
Yes.
What are the details of that?
It is, they actually meet very infrequently, and they discuss, as the title implies, countywide multi-jurisdictional issues, whether it is the housing crisis or climate change. It is a very interesting experience for sure to meet everybody and to pool your thoughts and resources together. But it is not an overwhelming commitment if that's a concern. But that is the gist of that experience.
Is there an alternate position for all
Yes.
these?
I believe there is a representative and an alternate to all of them. City Manager, did you want to add any comments about that?
Their issue right now is housing. That is one of the items that IPARC has taken up as a
Yes.
countywide matter, so that would be something might be.
Yes, I was at their last meeting and they came up with 2 or 3 pages of very fine ideas to tackle the housing crisis, but there's just no funding to carry out those ideas. But it is a boatload of resources that I hope to bring forward to this commission in due time.
I do have interest in that if you.
Okay, would you like to, are you nominating yourself?
Is that how that
I'll
works?
nominate Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, all right, for the representative position to the Countywide Intergovernmental Coordination Program, do we have an alternate for that? No, I'm asking, would anyone like to nominate themselves to be the alternate?
Do you want to be an alternate?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we have
Who's the alternate?
Commissioner Turkin. All right. So to just expedite this instead of doing 2 separate motions, I'm just going to say, if there is no objection, Resolution R22-047 is adopted with Commissioner Kelly as representative and Commissioner Turkin as alternate. Okay? City Attorney, is that proper?
It's an all yay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Just minimizing the number of motions here. Item 5F, may I have a motion to remove item 5F from the table?
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of removing item 5F from the table say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Item 5F reads proposed resolution number R22-048, appoint a city commission representative and alternate to the Coalition of Boynton West Residents Association, also known as COBRA. Would anyone like to make a nomination? Anyone interested in serving in that?
I'll nominate myself.
All right, thank you. We have Commissioner Turkin as representative to COBRA. Is there anyone interested in becoming the alternate?
I could do it.
Okay. And we have Vice Mayor Cruz as the alternate. If there is no objection, Resolution R22-048 is adopted with Commissioner Turkin as our representative and Vice Mayor Cruz as the alternate. May I have a motion to remove item 5G from the table?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Would anyone like to make a nomination?
I'll nominate myself for League of Cities.
Okay, as representative. So we have Commissioner Hay as representative. Is there anyone who would like to serve as the alternate?
I'll serve as the alternate.
Okay. So hearing no opposition, if there's no objection, Resolution R22-049 is adopted with Commissioner Hay as representative to the Palm Beach County League of Cities and Commissioner Turkin as the alternate. May I have a motion to remove item 5H from the table?
Motion to remove item 5H from the table.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Item 5H reads proposed resolution R22-050, appoint a city commission representative and alternate to the Transportation Planning Agency. May I have a nomination to serve
I'll
as a
nominate
representative?
myself.
We have a nomination for Vice Mayor Cruz. Is anyone interested in serving as an alternate?
I'll serve as an alternate.
Okay, we have Commissioner Hay. If there is no objection, resolution R22-050 is adopted with Vice Mayor Cruz serving as a representative to the Transportation Planning Agency and Commissioner Hay as the alternate. All right, moving on to item 5I. Staff is requesting to schedule an informational American Rescue Plan Act and Spending Framework Workshop with the City Commission on Tuesday, May 17, 2022 from 3 to 5 p.m. Let's hear from the members of the commission what their thoughts are.
Can we make it after business hours?
I would actually support that, Vice Mayor, because as many of you know, as a teacher, school ends at 2:40, so 3 is just not
Kinda early.
possible for me
Yep.
unless I teleport or apparate here, which obviously not gonna happen, so.
You join in Zoom.
I'll second that.
Can we be more specific on the time?
So what time is good for everybody?
So that's a commission meeting. So the plan was that it would be before the commission meeting. So
Right.
we would have to change the date.
Okay,
Yeah,
change it.
At what time?
Have any ideas?
How about that next day, Wednesday?
yep, I'm okay with Wednesday. Let's double check the calendars if there's anything in conflict. But if we could have it on Wednesday, yeah, May 18th, and if we could push it a little bit later, at least 4, so I can drive over here. 5? Can we
Yeah,
get
5:30?
5:30? Can I get consensus from every 5:30?
5:30 PM is good.
Okay, so we're gonna schedule that for May 18th, the Wednesday at 5:30. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Scott, I see you're at the podium. Did you want to say a few words or?
David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy. I was just going to mention that it was preceding the commission meeting on that Tuesday, so that's what it is.
Thank you, David. Mr. Scott.
Can we clarify an end date? So our end time, 5:30 to 7:30 on the 18th?
Well, how long do you expect it to last?
That's what we had planned. It was supposed to be from 3 to 5
Yes.
the day before. So, okay, perfect. Thank you.
We'll keep that same duration.
Perfect.
Item 5J, staff is requesting City Commission approval to remove the below item from the agenda. And that item says consideration of a special City Commission meeting to accept staff ranking of applications to the Notice of Funding Opportunities for use of the city's American Rescue Plan Act funds and to award funds based on application eligibility and proposed programming. Staff, you made a request to remove this. Would you like to tell us why you'd like to remove this?
Yes, Mayor. No, this was in response to the.
Sorry.
You ready?
Yes, go, please proceed.
When the commission had requested to have a workshop to talk about, as new elected officials, to kind of do a reset on the ARPA, learn about what it was about, what's the eligibility, what have we spent the money on, what are the possibilities. So instead of moving forward with, it sounds like you wanted to start back from scratch. So we're just recommending you either hold this or remove it. You can do either until you have your workshop, and then you decide how you want to move forward from there. So, and then based on tonight's comments, you may just wish to leave it on the agenda, maybe continue to carry it forward. But depending on your outcome of the workshop and where you decide to move forward with the remaining funds, then that will decide what you decide to do with this item.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. And from my understanding, I requested an update so all the members can be brought up to speed. What I did not mean to imply, certainly not my intention, was to somehow reset the whole process. It was merely an update workshop, so everybody's up to speed.
You want to make a comment?
Yes, of course. Vice Mayor Cruz, please
Okay.
proceed.
So I also mentioned this because we do have quite a few new members of the commission, and I think it would benefit the city and also, just the city, for us to understand what that entails, what the ARPA funds are, just to educate ourselves so we can be better servants to the community. If we don't know what this is or how it works or the very specifics of it or how the money can be used, we're not doing anybody a favor. So I think that, in regard to accountability, making sure we understand what we're voting on and what we're doing, that's why I also requested to have that moved for a different time. Also, there's a detail in there that says to award funds based on the application eligibility and the staff ranking. So what we wanted to do is understand what that entails, to look at the ranking and look at other opportunities to use those funds. It doesn't mean that we're not going to award anything to nonprofits. That's not what it means. It simply means that we're going to understand what that money could be used for and educate ourselves. That's all.
And I'm glad to hear that, because a lot of time and effort was put into this, and we raked it over the coal. But I can appreciate, and I think I agree with it. You guys should be brought up to speed and have your opportunity to ask why. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I definitely want to learn more about these nonprofits, and I'm not educated on this. So I want to learn more before we make any decisions, especially after hearing all the public comments. I don't want to just try to shuffle around and make a decision. Could we get more time? I mean, I need time to review this.
Mayor David Scott, again, Economic Department, Economic Development and Strategy. Just for clarification, the workshop, you will not be making a decision on any awards at the workshop. It is, as you mentioned, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioner, it is informational for the general public so that they understand, and the nonprofits that are waiting for direction, that this is fully informational at the workshop. And then you will, as a commission, decide to set a future meeting.
Thank you.
Any further comments from members of the commission? So I would recommend that we, hearing that comments, all those comments, so just leave this item on the agenda, and should we, after hearing our update workshop, that we decide to change course, we can make that decision. And if we don't, well, it's already on the agenda.
Right.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item 5K. Fiscal year 22-23 budget workshops are scheduled to be held July 11th through 13th, 2022 in the Police Department Community Room, 2100 High Ridge Road. Following last year's format and schedule, we offer the following. This is from staff, Monday, July 11th, 2022, beginning at 5:30. Tuesday, the 12th, begins at 10 a.m. and Wednesday, the 13th, begins at 2 p.m. if we require the third day. The City Commission will also consider and adopt a preliminary fire assessment rate resolution and a tentative millage rate resolution at these workshops. City Manager, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, knowing your calendars and your schedules are a little bit different, that's why I just wanted to make sure you knew. That's what we've done in the past, but this is completely flexible. So if you want to do each of yours more so in the evening time because of work, obviously that we will accommodate that.
So for the new members, I will say that these budget workshops can be, what's the right word here, Commissioner Hay? Lengthy, arduous, can be overwhelming. I would recommend, in these days, I just have to take up,
Take a day.
you have to take the few days off.
Right.
It is just too much information to do it justice. And so, if we can do it during the day and not starting late at night, I think it's always better to have a more awake and fresh mind. That would be my recommendation, to begin at 10 in the morning on each of these days. But that's just my recommendation. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
I would agree with that based on past experience. It is involved.
Yes.
You also have a CRA meeting Tuesday night. That's why that one starts at 10 also. So Tuesday night, so it's a long day.
Okay. So on Tuesday, we have the 10 workshop at 10 a.m., followed later at 5:30 with the CRA. It's going to be interesting.
Different day? That's not CRA? Or is that possible? Maybe the week before? Is that?
Or move it to the Wednesday?
Oh, because the week before is a commission meeting, right?
I would need Tony or Mara to weigh in because I know we back into these dates due to the trim schedule. And we don't have a whole lot of flexibility on the days because of the requirements of when the deadline is to have our tentative millage submitted, fire assessment preliminary. We're kind of stuck.
I think the idea of having it in the morning would work, because then what we're gonna do it on Monday, skip a Tuesday, and then do it and again on Wednesday. I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 10 a.m.
And again, the third day is if required. So it's possible we'll cover all of the departments within 2 days. Yes.
Can we do the Wednesday if required at 5:30 instead of in 2? Because then if we don't need it, then we're not missing a day at work.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Great thought. If there's any other comments on this, we're going to move on to consent agenda. And this is the part where I ask if there's any items that anybody would like to pull from consent agenda. Commissioner Hay, you already said item A, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Remember correctly?
I did. And it's just a simple question on the old computers. what do we do with them after, say, 4 years? Where do they go, and what are the options?
This is Catherine Matos, Assistant City Manager. So we donate that equipment. We wipe it clean and donate it to an organization called Seating Access. It's a local nonprofit that provides, their mission is to close the digital divide. And so they provide this equipment, they set it up and provide it to the community and the low-income community.
Another reason I asked that, because some of the kids in our community, we're setting up Wi-Fi, so they can have access to, is it possible, or maybe we go through those organizations for some of those kids that don't have a computer to get one of these?
Yeah, I can definitely talk to Seating Access specifically about how they determine who receives the equipment. And if it's doesn't meet what you're discussing, we can come up with an alternative for distributing them to the children in our community.
Yeah, because eventually I would love to see all of our kids in Boynton
Absolutely.
have access to their own computer, since what we're investing in them is to have access to Wi-Fi all over the city.
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's a great
thank
idea.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They do, but they're, some of them, elementary school doesn't necessarily send them home because they don't want them broken or disappearing. But they do send them with, but it has more school-wide access. So when they do have them available, they can bring them home. But usually it's going on the district portal and, doing their schoolwork and stuff. They don't have as much ability to just Google stuff, so.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 6A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, the motion passes unanimously. The entirety of the consent agenda is approved. We're moving on to consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Would anyone like to pull an item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve consent bids and purchases over $100,000?
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We are moving on to public hearing. The City Commission will conduct these public hearings in its dual capacity as local planning agency and City Commission. If I remember correctly, this item was tabled.
This item was tabled to May 3rd.
To May 3rd. So
May 3rd.
Continued. I'm sorry, not tabled, continued.
Continued. Okay.
It was a notice public hearing.
Yes, thank you for that. Moving on to City Manager's report. Item 9A, the City Manager will provide a status update on the City Commission's request for the city to solicit a proposal from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for a potential merger.
Thank
City
you, Mayor.
Manager?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide an update since the last meeting and the request to take a look at getting a proposal. So we met Andrew, Julie, and Mara, and I met with Colonel Arajo. Pardon me, I think I called him Trajo first time, but I think it's Colonel Arajo and Major Christopher Keene. And so we talked about process, timing, how we'll get documents to them as they need, so forth. So they said it will be every bit of 45 days for them to get a proposal to us. And we also have reached out to consultants, for the lack of a better word. There aren't a whole lot of them out there, but there are firms that do specialize in doing like a financial review or analysis of law enforcement mergers. So we would recommend, and I'll probably be ready, I think we'll have something by Mara's, where'd she go? I think I was going to give her nod. I hope by our next meeting, a proposal to consider bringing someone on board to then, once we get the proposal from the sheriff, have them kind of drill down into it, take a look at that versus how that impacts the organization and kind of provide a feasibility or an analysis for the commission. So I think we'll be ready for the next meeting to bring that forward. And then, we'll just provide monthly updates or however you desire as far as how the progress goes. And that's really it.
All right, thank you for that update. Next item 9B, city staff to provide a presentation on the performance management transparency portal on the city's website. And who do we have from staff on this item?
I'll be speaking and then introducing a couple other staff members to present what they've put together.
Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We are really, really excited to present this performance management and transparency portal to you tonight. The goal of our performance management program is to provide data in a centralized and more user-friendly format for transparency to the public, for informing strategic decision-making, and for measuring our progress over time. And it's an ongoing effort. That's one of the things I really want to emphasize, is that this is an endeavor that we will continue on, hopefully forever, in terms of continuing to collect data and refine the way it's displayed in a more user-friendly and transparent way. And basically what we're going to be presenting to you tonight is a pilot of the initiative. Last year, we rolled out our finance transparency portal, and there's been some significant updates to it since we rolled it out to you last year. So we'll be going through that. And then we've also added our recreation department and our CIP program, which is really exciting, to the portal. So basically that this will be an evolving program. The dashboards will be enhanced as the process becomes more ingrained in the culture of our organization. And the portal's already live on the city's website, so we will walk through how to find it on the city's website. And then we will continue to provide periodic updates as we make significant changes. But this is live, real-time information that you will be able to access, whenever, wherever. And it's truly a team effort. I wanted to thank all the staff that have been involved with this. This is kind of an initiative that started in our Economic and Development Strategy Department. But Recreation and Parks, Finance, and all of the employees across all departments that deal with our CIP program have been involved. And it's truly a team effort. And it's been cool to see the cross-department collaboration. So, and then I have one more shameless plug before I turn it over to our finance team. But we're going to be putting in a budget request to hire somebody for a year who's a recent graduate with a master's degree who will help us with some of this data analysis. Because right now we are cobbling together staff across departments. We don't have somebody full-time dedicated to it, but the goal is to have somebody at least for the year basis and then see where we go from there to fully build out the program. So we're really excited about this, and I will turn it over to Mara Fredrickson, our finance director, to walk you through how to find it on our website and then also the finance portal. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Mara Fredrickson, Director of Financial Services. As Catherine already mentioned, the performance management team has been working on both financial transparency along with focusing on key performance indicators. On the city's webpage, you can navigate to the Performance and Transparency tab to view some of the projects we've been working on. If you go to the government and then click on Transparency and Performance Management at the very bottom, takes you to our Transparency and Performance Management page. As you know, the city is focused on data-driven results. This page is just one of the tools that can be used for our citizens to see that data. It provides a comprehensive overview of our budget, the individual fund data, and some frequently asked questions. The data on this page is available through the current quarter and is updated regularly to provide real-time numbers to the public. One thing you'll view in a moment is the four-year comparison of the actuals along with revenues and expenditures. So I'm going to go to the financial transparency page, which we're really excited about. This is the budget summary for the current year. Currently, our overall all funds revenue and expenditures are $275.9 million. If you click on the next tab, you can see the budget summary, and you can drill into this data in a couple different ways. Here you can see it in a chart format. And if you scroll down the page, can you see? Okay. You can actually see it by fund. I can go into each of the different funds and filter many of these settings in different ways. So I can go to filter settings, I can go by fund, department, and then different categories in the departments themselves. If you click on the next tab over, you can do revenue and expenditures. And this gives you a 4-year analysis. You can actually do from 18-19 to 21-22, and it'll show a side-by-side comparison of all of the revenues and expenditures. There's another tab that's just focused on our general fund. Let's take a minute. And then your budget versus actuals. And this has a couple different options. You have the 2-year cumulative revenue comparison, the 2-year cumulative expenditure comparison, and then just your expenditure and summary in revenues as well. You can click on each of the capital project funds themselves, and there's also a tab that just has your actual current year budget adopted, and it gives you the budget summary, and you can actually go through every piece of the actual budget in itself. And last but not least for this page are our frequently asked questions. You can actually click on, it says overall, what are the city's revenue expenses? And it'll answer that question for you. So this is the financial transparency page, which we're super excited about. We've spent a lot of time working on this, and we feel that it gives a lot of data to our residents. It opens that up for their viewing access. We encourage you to go look at the page. And next, I'm moving on to Gail Moots, our infrastructure maintenance manager, and she's going to go through our CIP page.
Thank you, Maura. Good evening, Mayor Pensurga, Vice Mayor Cruz, Commissioners, Lori, Catherine, Andrew, Crystal, and legal staff. I'm Gail Moots, Infrastructure Maintenance Manager for the Public Works, Facilities, and Streets Division. In an effort to track capital improvement projects, the performance management team is utilizing a program called Smartsheet for project status, funding, documents, and communication. Combining some of the functionality of Microsoft Project, Excel, Access, SharePoint, Smartsheet serves as a central hub for how people work and data is collected. What Smartsheet can do is they can assign and manage tasks, track project progress, manage calendars, share documents, manage other work, discussion boards, alerts for reminders of upcoming dates, requests for updates from city staff, vendors, and contractors. The CIP dashboard provides a visual display of the metrics in which city staff updates project data. In addition to staff updates, the CIP financials are updated bi-monthly. My presentation tonight will take you through the CIP dashboard for account 303, Local Surtax Capital Fund, showing you its ease of use to view the analytics and metrics of the capital improvement projects. Let's begin. So we're going to access the page the exact same way that Mara did, by choosing the government in the tab, going down to the transparency and performance management. And then you click on the capital improvement plan. I lost it, Mara. Oh, there it is. Okay. So what we have here is we have the dashboard for all 4 accounts. Sorry, excuse me, 5 accounts. It's the 303, which is the capital improvement fund, the 302 capital improvement. 303 is the local surtax, 403 is the utility general capital fund, and 404 utility capital expansion fund, and then we have the 412 capital gulf fund. Now, keep in mind that when you, whatever one you choose, all the analytics will be displayed the same. So let's take it for a spin. 303, what you're going to see here is the City of Boynton Beach CIP 303 report dashboard. What we have here is we have current and previous year projects. These are the active POs. One thing I would like to note that CIP projects are fluid and not necessarily completed within a fiscal year. That being said, the previous projects are rolled forward along with their budget after the current budget fiscal year. So what that's saying that is that you see that right here we have 9.2 million, but our adopted budget was 5.4. So the projects from the previous year are rolled over, which gives us that 9.2 million. So far this year, we've had an expenditure on projects of 1.3 million. We have encumbered 2.2, leaving us an available budget of projects at 5.4 million. There's a couple items that you can click on that will drill you down to additional data. And one of those is being the CIP 303 all projects. And when you click on that, it's going to display a report. It's created through Smartsheet. And that's going to show you every project in the 303 account that staff is working on, what status that project is in, what the project number is for this year, the adopted budget, the original budget, what revisions were done, any encumbrances, the expenditures, total encumbrances and expenditures, and what the available budget it is per each project line item. And you can get some totals through here, but you can look at where it is. So now let's go back to the main page. And what we now have here is a project status. And what that shows here is this is our pie chart and what status those projects are in based on a color. So when you click on that now your display changes to what status that project is in, whether it's an amendment, whether it's canceled, rebudgeted, completed. Am I going? It's going okay. Construction design. One quick thing you can do for anybody that gets on, if you come up to this primary bar and you right click, you can collapse that, which now takes everything down and you can expand it from here. But the default setting will expand it automatically. So going back to our next portion of what's being tracked is projects by the department. And those departments are citywide, fire administration, general government, citywide HVAC, information technology, police department, recs and parks, transportation, town square, and then the total number of projects. It's 124. So each one of these that you click on will give you a different way to show the data. So we'll get you through here quick, and it's the same thing. It's filtered through that. We'll go back to the projects by district, and it shows you exactly what district they're in. And the last final one is the whole the chart as to where the monies are being spent per project. And again, whatever account you choose, all those reports will display the same. Thank you for your time. Next up is Casey, Parks and Recs Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. Thank you for this opportunity to present on performance management. The Recreation and Parks Department is the first department to develop a Smartsheet dashboard. The dashboard provides information on program revenue, facility rental revenue, program attendance, and donations and sponsorships. The available information includes data collected this fiscal year. The dashboard was developed to give the user an interactive experience by allowing the user the opportunity to click each chart, which drills down into a detailed report about each facility, for example. If you click on our dashboard here on the tab for Recreation and Parks, it brings up our dashboard. And again, those items that are available for view are year-to-date program revenue, year-to-date rental revenue, year-to-date program attendance, and year-to-date donations and sponsorships. If you go into the dashboard, if you go into the dashboard, you're able to see information by each facility. For example, if you click on the chart here, it drills down into a more detailed report on that tab. The dashboard was developed to give the user an interactive experience. The dashboard will be updated on a weekly basis that will be available to view on the performance management website. We plan to continue to develop the dashboard that provide insight into the department. Thank you.
Thank you, team. So I know we overloaded you with information, but take a chance when you have time for the public and commissioners to look around, kind of click through the different things. And if you have questions, please, we're always available to answer and talk through some of that stuff. But this is an exciting first step for us, and I look forward to continuing to move in this direction and get it across all, I think we have 13 or 14 departments. So it will be eventually implemented citywide. So thank you.
And Catherine, the position you had mentioned, I think you were specifically referring to a management fellow. ICMA, the International City Management Association, provides a fellowship program. So at a reduced rate of what you'd normally hire someone, it's an individual looking to be placed in an organization for opportunity to seek public administration. So it's a bargain, so to speak, and they will come in with a master's degree. They have to apply. It's highly competitive throughout the nation. We apply to be approved, and then if the commission approves the funding in the budget, it's a tremendous resource. And you ideally hope the person is great, and you want to keep them on and bring them on and as a full-time employee.
Question.
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
How many years of historical data are you looking at keeping down the line?
So in this, we keep everything based on the record retention laws, so it's available in this user-friendly format. We're really just moving forward. The financial data that Mara showed goes back 4 years, but moving forward with the smart sheet, the 2 smart sheets ones that you saw for recreation and CIP, it's really moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? I see Commissioner Turkin.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank staff. That is much more user-friendly, especially with the financial transparency portion. On the campaign trail, I was trying to look into our budget, and someone had made a comment earlier about accessibility with the virtual link. I think having it on the front page and making things user-friendly is so important so the community knows what's going on. One of the things was that I heard on the campaign trail was, a fire assessment tax. And, individuals didn't know that they could qualify to, qualify for hardship to omit that tax. So I think it's important to make everything user friendly, good to go. So that way it's not presenting the information, it's the accessibility of information, which I think is huge. So thank you for making it more simple.
You.
And a lot of the programs coming out now it's more intuitive, so you don't have to be a techie person to be able to navigate through. You instinctively say, oh, it's just more intuitive and that's easier to get around.
And this will be available to every citizen.
Yeah, it's live on our website right now. On the homepage, if you click the government tab, it's the very last on the drop-down menu. It's like, it says performance management and transparency. So.
Is there any place for comments, questions from the public if they had them?
Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll add that. We don't have it at this time, but we can add that, certainly.
I think that would be a great tool.
You have frequently asked questions on there, right?
We do. On the financial one, they have a frequently asked questions that we get kind of across the board related to financial information. And we can also, as questions come in, we can start building those frequently asked questions by department too. So that'll help provide some of that information to the public without them having to call us.
Great tool.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is new business. Item 11, Commissioner Turkin made a request to add an item here to discuss and review the city manager. Commissioner Turkin, this was your request. Would you like to begin?
Yes, my concern is the display of professionalism that I've seen. One of the things that I heard you say as a resident was quit the theatrics while family was grieving. And I think as essentially, the leader of an organization, you need to set a strong example. And to me, that was not a strong example.
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, you may, and I'd like to hear from everybody as well, but please proceed.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I should not have made that remark, but let me put it in context, please. When Purnell was making the remarks at that exact time, they were a very directed personal attack on me. It had nothing at the time, the words at the time that he was speaking was a personal attack on me, no longer about what was happening. And that's when I made that remark. I shouldn't have reacted. But it hit me that hard because it was really hurtful and really had nothing to do with what the issue was. So for that, I apologize to Purnell, but I felt that was wrong. This wasn't a personal matter. I am doing my job as a professional and following the law. So I just wanted you to have the context, Commissioner, of why, when that was said, it was not at all when he was talking about this tragedy, which is exactly that. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions or comments by the members of the commission?
I'm concerned with Town Square. I think that it may appear at times that maybe staff may be a little too friendly with certain developers who literally backstop our city. And that is very disappointing to me personally. And I did want to say that for the record. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, may I respond?
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. If you have anybody in particular that you think is too friendly, one thing I could probably say with 150% confidence right now, none of our staff have any personal relationships with development interest in this city. There were prior elected officials that did, but never staff. So if there's somebody you are aware of, I would certainly appreciate being made known, because if we all follow our ethics and our professionalism very, very strongly, and we do not get into personal relationships with people that are coming into the city to do development business. So if there's anyone that you would like to privately perhaps let me know, I would certainly address it. Thank you.
Sir, 1 second. I want to make sure I give opportunity to all the members of the board, and then we can have public comment thereafter, all right? All right, so I've heard from Vice Mayor Cruz and Commissioner Turkin. I want to give the others an opportunity to speak before I do, and I also want to hear from the public.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
I go ahead and say something. Our city is really hurting in many ways right now. There were things being said that shouldn't have been said on both sides. I feel that one of the things that you have in a city like Boynton is right now is that we have a lot of irons in the fire. We are moving ahead with our city. My heart bleeds for what has happened. But when I've been up here since, not up here, but I've started back in 2007. And I watched the city of Boynton go up and down, up and down. We're now on the road of healing. We're moving ahead with projects. We have blocks coming up in the heart of Boynton, which we haven't had for a long time, 20, 30, 40 years. And one of the things that I've learned over the time that I've been on this dais is that developers don't like to come to cities where there's turmoil at the top. My prayer is that we can get all of these things resolved, questions answered, talk to individuals, talk to staff, talk to the department. I think communication is the big thing here. If we understand the background on what happened and let us continue to move forward, because I would hate to have developers not come to us again. We used to have that. They would bypass us and go to Delray or Boca or other places. I think what we need to do is really get to the bottom of the issue and deal with it, which means that I don't want to make decisions on emotion. I want to be factual. I want to make sure that we have our eyes open as we make these decisions, and we make the right decision for the betterment of Boynton and the citizens of Boynton. No matter what you're trying to do, you're always going to have opposition. Okay, it's part of life. But I think in the long run, when we make the right decision based on the information that we have at the time, you and I can lay our heads on the pillow and go to sleep at night. Okay, so here's where caution is called for. Here's where maturity is called for, and let's address the issues of the city. We do have some, okay, but let us approach them correctly, and that's where I am.
I want that on record. This is when our right said that.
Bishop Hay, I'm sorry. I got
Bishop Wright.
We're getting that time of the night.
Oh.
Bishop Wright. Just 1 second, Bishop Wright. All right, we will have time for public comment. Okay. Let's go to Commissioner Kelly. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?
No.
All right. Well, I do. I think we have come to a point in our history that change is required. And I want to be fair to the city manager. Good has occurred in the city during her tenure, but also some negatives. And in order for us to move forward, the time has come that we make a change. And I think everybody will benefit from this change. You know, you have served the city for over a decade. Is that fair? Almost 15 years. You've served as interim. You've served as city manager. And not to sound premature, but I do want to thank you for your service. I can see how hard that you work, your commitment to the city, and I want to commend you on that. I think, you know, you give credit where credit is due. And I'm pretty sure you'll be successful no matter what you decide to do afterwards, given everything that we know about you. But for me, we need to take this step. It's difficult. It's uncomfortable. But that's why we're elected. We're here to make those difficult decisions. We're here to make those decisions that other people don't want to make. And it's necessary to move us forward. And you know what? It's good to have some fresh ideas, new passions to come in and drive us into the next few years, the next decade. So I'm willing to make that effort. I'm willing to do what must be done. And so as chair, I really can't make a motion, and so I'm going to pass this gavel. I'm going to pass this gavel to the vice mayor so I can make a motion. That motion is to terminate the city manager, Lori Leverrier, as city manager of our city, effective immediately. And I reviewed your agreement contract, your appointment letter, and we do have some options there. And I believe it was section 6.0 that mentions unilateral termination by the city commission. And it does require a 4 out of 5 votes. It is a supermajority as requirement by the city charter. And I'm going to make that motion to move forward with the termination effective immediately. And as part of this decision and as part of her employment contract, she will receive the benefits that have already been determined in that contract. I would also add that she, continue with her medical coverage for the duration of the severance. I know how difficult it is to not have insurance. So I have put forth that motion, and Vice Mayor Cruz, you have the gavel, and I would ask that you call for a second.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a point of order?
Yes,
For the
sir.
health insurance, I don't have the benefit of the contract in front of me, but can that motion be, to the extent necessary, that contract will be modified to provide for that additional health care? Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do I have to state the motion? Geez.
The motion is to terminate the city manager effective immediately with the aforementioned conditions that I've stated. All right, the motion was made. There was a second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
3 in favor. Hay is opposed. We have 1 opposition. Commissioner Hay. Some respect on this
We're
moment,
going to
please.
proceed. We
Let's just-
cannot proceed if the disruptions continue. Let us proceed.
Motion passes 4-1.
You. I just want to
I
make a
do
remark.
want to, guys, let's just stay calm.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Respect.
do not ask us to remove you. We have business to proceed.
Please stop.
All right? City manager, you're requested to say a few words.
I would. I thank you. Do you want to go, Commissioner? Okay. So I want to, first of all, thank the city of Boynton Beach and its residents and its businesses for allowing me to serve for almost 15 years. I have grown my career here and have really, really enjoyed seeing the, I think, phenomenal things that we've accomplished. This isn't a shock. The world is not ending. I will be just fine. This is usually what happens in the profession of city management. So I certainly don't take it personally. I do want to take the opportunity to say you have an amazing professional staff. Appreciate them, let them flourish and do their good work, because without them, you are nothing and you have nothing, because you need their help and their expertise, and they're phenomenal at it. Let them help you. That's why we are here, and I can assure you, each one of them will continue to stay committed to this commission and to the city and to the residents to do the right thing to see the city move forward. So I just, again, thank the community for allowing me to serve, and God bless.
Before we go forward, can I say?
Absolutely. Go ahead,
Um,
Vice Mayor Cruz.
This is not an easy decision by any means. It is a very difficult decision. And we do thank you for your service to our city. We have had, your administration and the time that you have served the city has had some accomplishments. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Sir, 1 second. We have made a very momentous decision, so give us a few minutes, a few moments. You don't need it right now.
No.
You don't need it. Yeah, okay. Bishop Wright. Bishop Wright. All right. I would like to continue with the business. We have not yet fully concluded this item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We have 2 assistant city managers. We may need an acting manager.
Yes, that is what I would like to bring up next. And so before we make a decision on who to be the next interim city manager, I would like to first ask my colleagues that we actually schedule a separate special city commission to have that discussion. That will be a lengthy discussion. We will need some time to receive applicants and their resumes and their background information. And we need to have a deep and deliberate conversation about that. And so my recommendation to my colleagues is that we actually set up a special city commission meeting next Tuesday. And I need someone to double check that we don't have any major conflicts in that day. Next Tuesday at 5:30. And for me personally, I would like to look at internal candidates. And for all those internal candidates within the city of Boynton Beach, to notify me and the city clerk of their interest, to submit their resume, and so that let it be known, and to have that forwarded to the members of the commission so we can use that as backup and background material for deliberations. Ms. Matos, did you have a comment?
So just to be clear, that's submitting for the interim position, and then
Or the interim
determination
position.
will be made on the permanent placement.
Yes, but I have not heard yet from my fellow commissioners, so that is just my recommendation. Commissioner Hay, did you want to say something? All right. Anybody else on the commission?
That's fine.
What are your thoughts on next week, Tuesday, 5:30, as a special city commission meeting? And we'll take in internal candidate applications to be forwarded to me and to the city clerk and to be dispersed to all the members. Ms. Gibson, did you want to comment?
Yes, Crystal Gibson, City Clerk. I just wanted to mention that there is a Planning and Development Board meeting here in the Commission Chambers at 6:30 next Tuesday, scheduled currently.
Okay, that's a great point. Could we relocate them to another venue? This is a momentous and deeply important meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, look at that, problem solved. All right, is there anything else that I've forgotten? City Attorney? Did I cover my basis? Is there anything else we need to address right now?
You've given direction how you're going to
Proceed forward.
proceed forward, yes.
All right. All right, what is next on the agenda? We are moving on to item 12, legal. This is resolution R22-060. Mr. Cirillo, would you like to go into that, or is that not necessary?
If you need
It
an
is a
explanation,
resolution,
but
so-
they are resolutions. So the
So
first one-
I'll read it. R22-060 says approve the revised American Rescue Plan Act sub-recipient agreement between the City of Boynton Beach and Wells Landing Apartments LLC in the amount of $500,000 of ARPA funds for the Affordable Housing Development's increased construction costs due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. We have one speaker. Anyone from staff want to chime in? Otherwise, we'll have Ms. Roque begin the item. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and congratulations to everyone, and nice to see you. I really have no comments. All of this has already been kind of discussed and gone over, and this was just the final documents that needed board approval for us to be able to close next week.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions or comments from members of the commission?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have an emotion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. We are moving on to resolution R22-061. Approve and authorize the mayor to sign the consent and funding agreement from the lender TD Bank for the Wells Landing Apartments LLC Affordable Housing Project and all documents necessary to effectuate this transaction. May I have that motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. I believe that brings us to the end of our meeting. Are there any final comments from the members of the commission?
Mayor Pensurga, this is John McNally. You do have 3 members of the virtual audience that would like to make comments.
Would that be all right to my colleagues here?
Yes.
All right. Absolutely. So all right. Thank you so much. To the 3 individuals, please begin, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds.
Okay, the first one is Annette Gray.
Please begin, Annette.
Ms. Gray, you are self-muted. If you could just unmute your microphone.
Thank you so much. I think I've spoken more this meeting than any of the meetings in the past 20 years that I've been attending. However, I'm deeply concerned about professional development for staff, particularly based on the direction that you've just taken. If you have a performance review tool that is insufficient to measure your staff productivity and performance, it is significantly more difficult to really judge the performance of your staff. And I have always found it very easy to work with the staff in Boynton Beach by comparison to some neighboring cities. The staff is proactive, they are open door, they communicate. And while I do understand that political change at the dais mean changes in staff, please consider implementing performance appraisal tools that give the staff you have the opportunity to correct their deficiencies, as opposed to opening a door for significant turnover. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, just look to the south of you. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. McNally, please unmute the next speaker.
The next speaker is Roberto Amoroso. Please proceed.
Please begin when you're ready. Going once. Is he self-muted?
Mr.
Going
Amoroso, you are unmuted. Your microphone appears to be on. Okay, I will go to the third one.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, the third one is Mr. Mike Schranko. Just a second, I'll find you on the list. Mr.
Please
Schranko, you are unmuted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. First of all, thank you guys. This is the first time in 20 years that I've ever watched a meeting and been happy. I think the termination of Lori was much needed. I think all of you stood up to the plate and made a great decision tonight. And I am ecstatic and very happy as a 45-year-old citizen in this area that all of you made the right decision. So thank you for that. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Schramko. Keep
Okay.
going.
Yeah, but I don't think that we should pay for her medical stuff because she's cost the city so much money that we will never recover that back. You know, I believe that it's in the millions, from the FEMA stuff, you know, the fraudulent garbage stuff, to 20 or 30 different emails I've sent her of signs that have distracted drivers and they've been hurt with fraudulent, you know, with bodily harm. To I told her not to close the parks where kids are going to get hurt in the highways prior to the little boy. And I think she's cost the city so much that we don't need to give her another dime. And Ty, as you know, I went to a meeting several years ago and I proved that she put somebody that was her secretary's husband in office for code enforcement, which cost this city millions and millions of dollars in neglect and bad decisions. I don't think she deserves a dollar. I think we need to just say, ding dong, the wicked witch is gone, and move on. So thank all of you. I love you. Have a good night.
And just to confirm, Mr. McNally, that was the last speaker.
That is correct, Mayor Pensurga.
Okay. All right. So we have a few speakers in person. I'm open to hearing you guys.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Monica Roundtree Cleckley. I'm a native of Boynton Beach. Super excited to be here. Have kind of held my peace, but just felt compelled to come up this evening. One thing, I'm not impressed with titles. What impresses me is your integrity. Your word is your bond. And I just want to commend you all, those at Turkey. You're rattling some things already. I don't even know you, but I thank you for your fortitude and for your strength to do what needed to be done. I thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for you also stepping up to the plate. I know it was difficult. It's never easy, especially when you're working in government. It's, Mayor Ty. Also want to commend you too, because it's, we're weary. Sometimes you don't know, you're unsure, because it's about integrity. Just because you hold public office does not mean you lose your integrity. And so, Mr. Hay, I just have got to say that I'm super disappointed because representation matters. And when I see you, I see me. And when I see you, I feel like you can relate to my struggle. I don't know SJ. My daughter went to school with him. And when I was at the funeral, I was in the balcony and I remember the words that you said. And for you as a man of God, a man of God, to hold back from your word is very disheartening. I can't fault my God for what you did tonight, but I want you to know that what you did, just like that slap Will Smith did with Chris Rock, it infects everybody that looks just like you. That's from this community that we grew up in. I love my city. We don't need PBSO to come here. We have awesome police officers here in the city of Boynton. One bad person does not make everybody wicked. We just have to work with what we got, and we did the best thing tonight, letting this young lady go. Ruffle her feathers, bring in some fresh eyes, some fresh ideas, get the support you need to do what needs to be done. So I thank you all, I commend you, and you will know my name. Thank you.
Stanley Davis, the father of SJ. This is the way I feel like we build that bridge, that gap between the community and the police. If you look at this is a panel of mixed race, men and women. It's not about black and white, cops against police. It's about community uniting for what is right. The panel, I thank you guys for making that decision. I know it's difficult, and it's not here for us to be clowns or animals. This is serious to me. You hear some people laugh, but it's a sign of relief, something that is well overdue, something that we've been wishing and praying and, crying and screaming for. And, people with, people look, with the comments she made about the theatrical, it's just the emotions that we have. And you individuals see the emotions, see the hurt that we've been going through. And for this to take place today, it shows the community that this panel is for the community. I'm not going to sit here and single out anyone, but we all know what we got to do as a community as a whole to move forward. Here it is. I never seen neither one of you prior to me coming here in the city of Boynton Beach. And here it is, you guys share and understand the pain and the frustration and anger that we're all going through in the city of Boynton Beach. I'm just happy that, this day occurred. I appreciate each and every one of you for being understanding individual, understanding what needs to be done to push forward as a community, to push forward as a better Boynton Beach. Like I said, I'm not against the police. I don't matter who's the police. Police, they got to do their job. I understand that. But I'm happy the way that you guys hold her accountable for her actions. So the community see that this panel is willing to hold whomever accountable for their actions. And that's all I'm looking for in the future, is to push forward for a better Boynton Beach, because not only my son, I have another son in here, but the rest of the residents and the kids in the city of Boynton Beach, this kind of give us hope now that we can look forward to having a better Boynton Beach. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bryce Graham, Second Vice President, National Network, Central Florida Chapter. Dr. Martin Luther King said, "The universe is long and it bends towards the arc of justice. We've seen here tonight from 4 commissioners, 4 commissioners, was a bend towards justice and a bend towards change. It shows me that we are dealing with a commission that has a backbone, but we will not, let me tell you what, we will not let you off the hook. We're going to hold you all accountable as well. So let's deal with that. Let's deal with the fact that we still got one more to go, and his name is Officer Mark Song. 2 more, however more, we still got a whole house. We still got a whole house to clean. All right. I want to direct my comments. I don't know how this is going to come out. I want to be as dignant as I can, but damn it, I can't. As a man of God myself, Mr. Woodrow Hay, how could you possibly not vote with your community after you stood in God's pulpit, a sacred pulpit, and told this community that you would be with them? What type of bigot of a Negro are you that you would not stand with your community? Would your ancestors approve of that? Well, you can talk about God of our weary years and God of our silent tears, and you not stand with your community. That is a blatant spit in our damn it face. But there is a God that sits up high and he looks down low. And that what you sow, that shall you also reap. Woe unto you. And I will be making a call to our good friend, Dan Calloway, to let him know how you did not stand with this community.
Good evening once again. Thank you guys for finally coming to that conclusion. That should have been already voted on when Pernell brought that up in meetings prior. Woodrow Hay, this is for you. A man only has their word and their name. With you, it doesn't exist. And for you to stand in the house of the Lord, represent God, and not only that, your church, that was a disgrace. You are a disgrace. And every time we come to these meetings, you care more about development and projects than you care about the citizens. And you're supposed to be a representation of District 2, a district that you reside in. I don't even know how you even reside in this district that you don't even stand up here and fight for. I just want to say you are next. You should just go ahead and follow suit with the chief of police and have the last little bit of integrity that you possibly have, and just do yourself a favor and resign. And the fact that you made that comment that you know you sleep well at night, knowing you made the best decisions that you have made, what decision have you made? Every time there's a decision that is to be made, reflecting, honoring people from your community, you are always up here going against it. And I don't understand how. You are our oppressor, is what it seems like. You represent us, but you're not us. Not one bit. And it's a shame that everybody keeps blaming this on a black and black, but yet we have a black representation that doesn't even feel like he's connected to us. And that's a shame. Because at the end of the day, when this is over, when your seat in election, you got to come right back to this community and come right back to us.
LaKaria Hickman, SJ's cousin. I don't really have much to say. I just want to thank you guys for making the right decision tonight. And Woodrow Haynes, just go home.
You all know who I am. Mayor Penn-Circle, you just won a good check with me. You can knock on 713. I always invite you up, but you always could have.
Miracles do happen.
And my man, you know, to God be good. You know I'm down with you, Jack. Ain't no doubt about that. You know, I just like to be me. I don't like to be politically correct. I have a command of the English language. I don't think no one in here can speak as politically correct as I can. And I know y'all can't beat me on this street side of language. So let me just say it like this. I really appreciate that decision you all made. But your firm has to go next. You don't have to retire or resign now, Mr. Hay, but you are in your 80s. And the reason you ran because you love accolades. This is what you live off and thrive off. No way an 80-year-old man, knowing the work I have done 9 years in here to get what y'all just approved for Wells Landing LLC, not part of Boynton Village, sounding slavery to me. To God be the glory that you had changed the name that deals with history and culture. That this company was approved on that name alone. That's how they got approved. Because if they couldn't get a name with history or culture, that was the one factor going to keep them from getting there, because there was your church trying to get another company in here, remember, development, and you didn't make it because y'all wanted your mitts greased. But bankroll didn't go in your pocket, did it? But I'm going to tell you something, man. There's a God of justice that you have a book before you sit in a pulpit, and I bet you $1 to a dime you don't know the plans and purposes of God from Genesis 1 to Revelation 22, and that's sad. And you got a degree. I don't know whether it's theological or not, but you have a degree and you're sitting in that pulpit. And not one decision have you made in line with God has said, I've shown you, old man, what is good. Do justice and live humbly with your Lord. You ain't did neither one.
1 second. All right.
Wesley Schuler, 618 Northwest 2nd Street. I thank y'all for what y'all just did. Y'all set the tone to let the community is hearing the cry. And as long as y'all set that tone, I think y'all could be in a better place with the city. The city can move forward. And not only that, that y'all could just keep y'all heads up. I don't even know if I can call you a pastor now. And I serve the public all the time. My parents own the funeral home, and I serve the family. And you know, the one thing that my daddy did tell me before he passed away, he said, son, whatever you do in life, let your word and your work speak for you. And that's what he always told me. He said, son, stand up for what is right. Don't go against what's wrong. And you went against what was wrong. I can't understand why would you not go with that vote? Because that vote was your community. It was crying out to you, and you ain't here to cry. In the Bible, it said, if I was naked, would you clothe me? If I was hungry, would you feed me? And if I was knocking at the door, would you let me in? But Haywood, you ain't let them in.
And don't know 5 children, 5 parents in your own district. That is sad. Many times you've been sitting on that hill. Boy, I'm serious. I'll be right behind you. In front of you, brother.
Hey. Lolanda Bird Davis, SJ's aunt. I just want to start by saying thank you very much. During the community meeting last night, I got emotional, you know, talking about my nephew, talking about the loss that we've experienced. And I just met you last night, Angela, and I remember you saying, I don't like to see you cry, and we're going to make it right. And thank you for standing on your word tonight. Thank you for even bringing it up to for revision today. I think each and every one of you, it takes a great amount of courage for what you did, and I truly appreciate you. I also was there at the meeting that took place in District 2, and Woodrow, you were not there. You weren't there to hear the community cry. You weren't there to hear the heartbeat of the community, and your absence has spoke very loud, louder than the words you spoke at my nephew's funeral, louder than the actions that you have portrayed week in, week out since the incident has happened. I am highly disappointed in you, highly, because you gave us a lie. You gave us your word. And I grew up with knowing that my parents instilled in me, let your yes be your yes and your no be your no. And for you to give us your yes, and you stand and you sit here and be heard with thousands watching that you recanted your word. And not only in front of the community that you're supposed to serve, but you recanted it in the place of God. You stood in a pulpit. That was a lie you did not owe anyone. You said that you would stand with us. But every time we come here, you're the opposer. You're the one with the no. You're the one who won't let anything go. It's always no, even for our own people, even for what's right, even for recognition. It's no. So how would it feel for the community to give you the same answers? How would you feel to want to be accepted by a community that you're supposed to stand by, and we turn our back on you and we tell you no because we don't accept your actions, and I hope we hold you accountable for your actions as you should have been holding others.
Hi, I'm Shamari Davis. I'd like to play something for you really quickly, just so you know that we're not tripping or anything.
I could say more and I want to say more, but my hands are tied right now.
Right now,
Okay?
right?
But I want you
Right
to
now.
know it only takes 3 votes. And you already have 1.
It wasn't from you though. Just like you're the one against us though. Just letting you know in case you got confused. But that is the proof and evidence because we don't want nothing to be, oh, maybe they said this and maybe you said it, maybe we took it the wrong way. No, I just showed you exactly what you said. So we didn't take nothing the wrong way. I already told you before how you stood there and said that at a 13-year-old boy's funeral was disrespectful. And now, of course, you guys smirk about it then, of course. But I don't think nothing's funny now. I don't see a smirk anymore. Thank you for making the right decision. Thank you so much. It was very, very encouraging to know that there's hope for us. Not from you though, but there's hope for us from you guys. It's time for somebody else to leave too with their backs out that door. Thank you.
I think lastly, I mean, my boy gonna be last, but I definitely appreciate the vote, and I don't have to say anything else about Mr. Hay. I think everybody spoke enough about it already. But I think this shows the city that nobody is above reproach, that everybody has to be held accountable. So we definitely, I mean, we started this a while ago, and some people told me I was crazy, that this would never happen. Some people told me to give up. Some people told me I was overcritical. I was overthinking stuff. But we just kept digging. We kept digging until we found stuff. And all we did was bring it to the public's attention. And even after the night she told me about the theatrics, she posted Facebook comments saying there was so many lies and so many stuff going on that was untrue. But I've never came up here and said anything about her or anybody else that wasn't true. Every time I came up here, it was facts. And actually, she's the one lying because she never apologized to me. Not publicly, not privately. I don't even want to ever speak to her anyways. So we definitely appreciate you guys. And like I said, and I'm going to say it again, Ms. Vanessa Snow, I seen your name a lot on those emails when I read the reports about Mark Strong. So you've been down with that shit. So you've been down with it. You see what's going on. You can resign too. We don't need no chief, no city manager. We'll start all the way over. Because you ain't want to be our chief anyways. You just had an interview, right? Like I said, you ain't down with us. You've been down with them and you was laughing and joking on emails about serious matters. Like I said, I ain't lied before and I ain't lying now. You know what the emails say. Maybe those public now for us too. Oh, I should have just addressed the commission. My bad. But I appreciate you guys. We're looking forward to a better Boynton. I think it's going to take some time to get us where we need to go, but I think we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Last call for speakers. Please approach the podium. Last call.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, Harbor Hall Inlet Club. I think Commissioner for my district is Mr. Hay. And since the collapse of the building in Surfside, what we're going through, and he won't return one email, not one call, we're living in fear. And what do? They send some Boynton Beach police over there to start threatening us, saying that we're criminally trespassing on our own property because we're trying to document all the corruption of this former 6 years, listening in these meetings to the horribleness, the way you disrespect residents here, seniors, etc., with a law firm from Fort Lauderdale right next to Surfside that's an expert. Look back at 30 years, what the Cheroff Law Firm has covered up here with the city manager since 2012. All the times it's recommended, fire that policeman, fire. No, she steps in. Don't do it. I don't want to do it. And they use this law firm who keeps getting all these. Look at this building you just had 2 people die at. And you know what? Your own police and fire refused to liquor or drug test the driver. And the reason is they said, oh, he doesn't look drunk, while they're standing in tequila bottles all over that property. You don't inspect anything. People die. You don't care. And everything these people saying is 300% true. This law firm needs to go tomorrow. I don't know why you're even entertaining keeping them here. And they're included in lawsuits. Everybody I talk to is filing lawsuits against the law firm, and you still keep them on. You talk about liability. Every time you turn around, somebody else is suing the law firm. And what does the city do? Keep them here. For what? This is a liability like you can't imagine. And District 2 Commissioner, you need to resign, because let me tell you, I was at the wake, I was at the funeral, I was at everything, and you're a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite. And I think you need to resign and maybe go somewhere and reflect on how when you see the Facebook that the Boynton Beach Police and this city, what they made comments against these God-loving people, calling them criminals, calling that 13-year-old a criminal, he belongs where he is. And I reported your official Facebook page to Facebook and they wouldn't bring it down. They keep letting you bring out comments. The commissioners are right.
I believe that is the end of all public comment speakers. That is the end of public comments. And may I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.